Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Commissioner, the first witness this morning is Benjamin Klein. I call him.
Yes. Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Please state your full name.
Benjamin Klein.
Your address is known to the Commission.
That's correct.
You have made a written statement dated 17 July 2026.
That's correct.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Correct, yes.
Commissioner, it bears the ID STAT.899.0106.0001, and I tender Mr. Klein's statement.
Yes, that statement will be admitted.
You live in Melbourne,
Correct, yeah.
in the suburb of Balik,
That's right.
and you've provided this statement you to describe both in your personal capacity and on behalf of the Adass Israel Synagogue.
That's correct, yes.
You grew up in Melbourne,
That's correct, yes.
and you work in Melbourne as well.
That's right, yes.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a real estate agent, so I work in commercial real estate.
Your statement describes a little of your family history. Would you like to describe that, please?
Sure. So grandparents were Holocaust survivors, both from mum's side and from dad's side. Came to Melbourne after the war, and very much part of our life was growing up with those stories. So that's a big part of our history and the family that I come from.
And in particular, your statement refers to your grandfather, Mr. Arnold Koppel, as being particularly influential in your life. Could you describe a bit of his involvement in Melbourne community and in your life?
Of course, yes. So my grandfather, Mr. Koppel, my mum's dad, was a Holocaust survivor, came to Melbourne with nothing, built up a family, a business, a community, served as a president for the Adass Israel Synagogue for many years, but also was very involved in communal things. He was proudly a Justice of the Peace, part of the Liberal Party, so very much integrated and very proud of his moving to Australia and his integration into the Australian community.
You're currently on the board of the Adass Israel Synagogue and have been since 2016?
That's correct, yes.
Could you describe a little the Adass Israel community?
Yeah, of course. So Adass Israel is a Orthodox Jewish community within Melbourne. As I said, built after the war. That was very much when the community took off. It's around 300 families. Describe ourselves as ultra-Orthodox, so our appearance is very Jewish. And our day of life, everything revolves around our synagogue and our Jewish life. So the synagogue is the heartbeat and the center of the community. We have schools, we have kindergartens, we have kashrut, so we have our own certification for kosher, we have our own cemetery, so we're very much a community where sort of from cradle to grave we cater for our community.
And you describe in your statement that members of the community have variants on the way they practice religion and cultural life, but you all are closely tied by religion and family centred around the synagogue.
Very much. We come in different flavours and colours, which is common, but at the same time very proud of our heritage and practices within Melbourne, and we've always been able to practice and live in Melbourne as Jewish Australians very proudly and easily.
Now, before October 2023, you describe in your statement that the Adass Israel community did not have much of a focus on security. Can you describe community life in the early 2020s, for example?
Yeah, up until, like you say, recently, early 2000s, I remember through my whole life growing up in the synagogue, there was not even locks on the doors of the synagogue. The synagogue was open for the public, for Jewish community. People wanted to come past and pray and support. And that was very much the atmosphere that we lived in within our community in terms of security guard. There was no security guards. It was a very easy access, a relaxed place, and the synagogue was open for all, very much towards 2020s and those times, started becoming locks on the doors, and things started to change with CCTV cameras, and things started to change in terms of what we were used to growing up.
And you also indicate that in that period in the 2000s up to 2023, there wasn't any need for the community to develop close ties with either CSG Victoria or with Victoria Police.
That's very true. We didn't have a big connection with them at all. We didn't, the kids go on excursions from school. There was no coordinating. There was no discussions around what type of security measures we have in place. It wasn't a conversation. It was just normal life that, you're born and grown up in Melbourne, and, you play your cricket outside, and everything is as normal and as easy. Things have definitely changed where you've become a lot more security conscious, and in terms of most activities that we do as a synagogue, as the school does, is always taking in mind, well, what security measures do we have in place?
And in recent years, was that change most marked after October 2023?
Very much so. A significant shift where we started seeing a change in the environment outside. That means from the little things, and I call them little things even though they're quite traumatic, but from a car driving past through the window, come down and screaming F Jews or profanities around Jewish people, Hitler missed you, or you belong in the gas chambers, or things like that, is a big change from October 7 we've started seeing.
Now, of course, of the greatest impact to your community was in December 2024 when the synagogue was destroyed in an arson attack.
Yeah, that was quite a very difficult time for the community. Yeah.
The attack is, I think, subject to pending criminal charges.
Correct.
So I won't ask you about the incident itself, but you are yourself closely involved in coordinating the rebuilding process, both of the building and of the community.
Yeah, very much so. So in the aftermath of the attack, we've had to first have temporary accommodation. Just to understand, the synagogue, it's not somewhere where we pop in on a Saturday or a Sunday. It's really the be-all and end-all every day. We're there 3 times a day. We're there studying at night. So just because we've lost our synagogue to a terrorist attack at the same time, we've really had to continue. Life goes on. We pray still 3 times a day. So there's a big part of the work was going into temporary accommodation for afterwards, which we've managed to secure nearby. Whilst not comfortable, it serves a purpose for now. But as you say, in terms of building the synagogue back again with what we had is a mammoth job, which we're working closely with all different stake partners. There's government, there's architects, there's a lot of different moving parts in trying to rebuild the synagogue.
And you referred to the Adass Israel community observance practice of attending that synagogue 3 times a day. That would be something all members of the community do, is that right? Very much so.
So we're proud to say, and I don't have the statistics on this, but we're probably the busiest synagogue in the Southern Hemisphere. That means we're open, call it from 4:30 in the morning up until 1 o'clock in the morning. There's people there studying, praying, reflecting. It's a very active synagogue. There's men, women, children. There's lots of programs. We had an incident where the Israeli ambassador came down to Melbourne and he was looking for a quorum of 10 people to pray in. So he called the president up and he said, "What time are your prayer sessions?" And the president said to him, "What time would you like to come?" So the ambassador said to him, "No, I'll fit in with you. What time are the sessions running?" And the president said, "You don't understand. We have sessions running the whole day. Whatever time suits you, you pop in. We'll have a quorum of 10 people there praying." So we're very active. There's a huge amount of activity happening there, and lots of people utilising the space. And by taking that away, by burning that down, it's really changed the whole fabric of the community.
Before the fire at the synagogue, before the arson attack, you refer in your statement to some attempts that the Adass Israel community had made in 2023 and 2024 to secure additional funding or grants for security, but were unsuccessful. Could you describe those applications? Who did you ask?
Yeah, so there was letters sent out to both government, local members, to different parts of the Jewish of the community seeking grants. There was local council, there was state government, there was federal grants, which we saw was available. We'd sent out letters and were unsuccessful. We also sent out a letter to Mark Dreyfus at the time, who was the Attorney General, and we were unsuccessful. There was technicalities in terms of incorporated entities, unincorporated entities. There was a lot of red tape to sort of get through, and we weren't successful. We have, in the meantime, worked through all that red tape and tried our hardest to, get it a bit easier, but it was definitely a challenging time to try get funding, and we were unsuccessful.
And I understand you now have an employee who is solely dedicated to working through that sort of the bureaucratic requirements,
That's
as it
true.
were, of applying for grants and funding.
Yeah, that's true. And to be honest, we've copied other Jewish institutions where we've seen other Jewish institutions who have had to put on a dedicated person to apply for grants and to be able to, it's called a grant writer, to be able to, do it the right way, as they call it, to try and get some money from government. And we now have somebody full-time who's dedicated to working through that process.
You've reflected in your statement on the nature of the attack, the fire at the synagogue, and the way that you consider it has accompanied a period where anti-Semitism has become, for your community, louder and more public and increasingly normalised. Can you speak to that, and in particular the effect of the fire in the context particularly of your own family history and that of a lot of members of your community?
Sure. So the synagogue is a place where you celebrate all your milestones. So from when a baby's born till he cuts his hair for the first time, to his bar mitzvah, to when he gets married, to when he has his kids. If you think about every single one of your life milestones, it very much is celebrated together with family and friends within the synagogue. That's what the synagogue represents. It's a place reflection of prayer and connection to God, but at the same time, also all your milestones happens there. So to have that taken away, and simply for the reason that because you're Jewish and that's why you can't have your synagogue, is quite devastating, to say the least. It's a place where, besides for your prayers and your learning, you have support groups for women, for children. There's fun activities for kids there. There's a community centre attached to the synagogue where there's lots of groups and lectures and things that happen there on a weekly basis. So it's very much the heartbeat of the community that, when you see it in ruins. I mean, my wife couldn't drive past the site for 6 months to see it just in ruins. Yeah.
You have referred to being heartened by an outpouring of love and support from the wider community after the fire. Can you describe some of the people who have reached out?
Yeah, it's been a huge outpouring of love from people, Jewish and non-Jewish. There's been incidents where people have come past, they've put flowers, they've put notes. There's been lots of messages. I won't forget, about 2 days after the fire, there was a white car. It was an HSV, and he slowed down. He came past, and my heart missed a beat. His window went down, and I wasn't sure, what he's going to do. Will he chuck something at me? Will he scream at me? But at the same time, he was somebody from the northern suburbs. He said he drove to the synagogue just to come past and say that I stand with you, and this is not how typical Australians are, and we're not proud of this. This is not something that should happen in Melbourne, Australia.
The federal government has provided a grant of funds to assist in rebuilding the synagogue?
That's correct. That was a lot of discussions we had with government straight after the fire. We had the opposition leader, the Prime Minister, and lots of members of Parliament who came to stand with us and to walk through the synagogue and have conversations with us. There was, just before the elections, a lot of discussions around helping the synagogue rebuild, and as you say, we've been granted money from the federal government to assist us with that, which is really a lifesaver in terms of being able to rebuild the building, and we can stay there for the next 50, 100, 150 years into the future. We'll have somewhere for the community.
You've referred to one of the changes that the fires brought to your practices with the employee who's now engaged to work through funding applications for physical security. What other changes have been required to be made as to the Adass Israel community's approach to security matters since the end of 2024?
A big focus around security has been a shift in our thought process, where we used to think we were a quiet synagogue in the back streets of Ripponlea and didn't sort of get involved in any of this. Any conflicts or any issues had nothing to do with us. We're just a quiet community doing our thing. But since that fire, whether it's the parent bodies or the members of the synagogue have now demanded from the board and from those people running the schools that, your kids are going on excursions, we need to have police, we need to have security. There needs to be a lot heavier focus on everything we do around security for the community.
And has the board fostered new and improved relationships with CSG Victoria and the police?
Very much so. So CSG we have started working close with. They've been phenomenal from the day of the fire in support. In regards to police, I've myself in particular formed quite a close relationship with the Assistant Commissioner Chris Gilbert. So we do have access to all levels of VicPol, and Assistant Commissioner Gilbert calls into the community once a week, once every 2 weeks, to check in to see how we're doing and what we need. More importantly, to find out if there's anything they can do to help. And every time we have a celebration in the area, they're made aware of it, whether it's a Hanukkah, whether it's all the different, we like to celebrate every month something else. There's always something happening in the synagogue, and the VicPol and CSG are very much aware of what we're up to, and at the same time providing that security and that support.
And so since the end of 2024, you've found Victoria Police to be responsive and engaged?
Yes, we have.
As you need?
Yes, we have.
Now, you've made some concluding remarks in your statement where you reflect on the proposition that Jewish Australians shouldn't have to prove they deserve safety. Would you like to?
Yeah, just to explain what I meant around that. I was in New Zealand 2 weeks ago for a work conference, and I arrived in the airport in Melbourne. I went through the border patrol, and I came out into the welcome area where it's got the big Melbourne on the wall in the international arrivals. And as I'm walking out, there was 3 men standing there screaming "Free Gaza" at me. I'm not even 15 seconds into the country and you're getting screamed at "Free Gaza." I'm walking to shul, to synagogue on a Friday night with my son, and cars would drive past, windows come down, F Jews, all the rest of it. It's a very common occurrence that happens to people in the community. You go to the synagogue at night, you're chatting to people, and people tell stories of what happened to them that day. So Melbourne was not that. Melbourne should not be that. And that's something which I believe, it's important for the Commission and for the wider Australian public to understand that that's not what we expect in this country, and that's not how we were, and it can't be allowed to happen further. It can't foster, and it can't happen further.
And that continues to be a weekly experience for you and members of your community.
Very much so. It's literally nights. I was chatting to my brother before today, and he said he was walking home last night and a window went down from a car driving past, a typical Australian, somebody just going past and thought he had the right to scream at him. He's born and bred in Melbourne. His parents are born and bred in Melbourne. That's not an environment which is sustainable. There's 2 people from my son's class who have picked themselves up and moved to Israel. Those stories never used to happen. We never heard of that growing up. People were in Melbourne. They were proud to live in Melbourne. They were part of the Australian community. But now there's good Aussie people picking themselves up and moving to Israel. And it's weird because if you think to yourself, Israel is not necessarily a safe place. There's lots going on there, and there's wars, and my daughter spent the last 12 months there. It's quite a scary place. But they're still picking themselves up from Melbourne and moving to Israel. And you have to think to yourself, why are people doing that? Why are rational, successful accountants, lawyers, doctors picking themselves up and moving to Israel? And the answer is they just don't feel safe. They just don't feel safe, whether it's a train ride, whether it's on the bus, whether it's coming to the CBD during the weekend. I came to the CBD on the weekend with my children about a year ago, and some very nice person said, out of the blue, literally walked past me and said, "Oh, the protest is coming past in a few minutes. You might want to hop in your car and leave so you're not part of the protest. You don't get caught up in it." And I was thinking, I'm literally coming to the city with my kids to go into a bowling alley to do something funnier, and I'm being told in my own city, I can't stay. I shouldn't stay here because I'll get swept up in the pro-Palestine. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm happy for them, do what you want, but it shouldn't affect Jewish people living here.
You've also recounted in your statement, in the aftermath of the fire at the synagogue, you developed a relationship with one of the journalists who was covering it. Would you like to describe that?
I would like to. On the day of the fire, there was lots of media, lots of people. It was quite a huge amount of activity happening, and there was a journalist standing at the back of the crowd who came up to me, and I'd never met him before, and we had a good chat. A journalist out of the Australian, and we had a good chat on the day, and we've kept up ever since. He's a Muslim journalist, and I'm being Jewish, and we've had so much in common, so much that we share together, and so much Australian values that we both share, and we both have different lifestyles. We both live our own lifestyles, but the key is that we do respect each other. And I found that relationship really should be the story told in terms of what's happening in Australia. That people need to be able to live together, to respect each other, do their own thing in their own communities, but not to have a huge amount of anger and of hatred towards a Jewish community that have nothing to do with anything that happens. Sure, there's conflicts overseas, there's issues, but that's not your typical Australian Jew. He lives here, he belongs here, he's got the same rights as everybody else. He doesn't have to live his life in fear. Every time he goes to the city, he has to wear a cap, or he has to pretend he's not Jewish, or take off her Star of David, or can't wear the Jewish uniforms. That is not what the story is. The story should be the way, what I think, the two of us have created a relationship, a real friendship. We talk, we get on, and that's how people in Australia should look at each other.
And I think you described that journalist as of Jordanian and Palestinian descent.
Correct, yeah. His dad's side's Jordanian, his mum's side is Palestinian. I know he's visited Israel recently, and I've spent some time there. In fact, it was quite interesting. My sister-in-law, my wife's sister, lives in the same suburb as his mother at the moment. So in Jerusalem, in the same suburb, my sister-in-law lives and his mother lives.
Okay.
And it's just fascinating that is the true fabric of the Melbourne community. We are multicultural, we're different people, and we come from similar places, but we shouldn't have that hatred, we shouldn't have that anger, we shouldn't be able to have, people shouldn't have the right to go on the street and curse and make life miserable for Jewish people here.
Thanks.
Thank
I
you.
have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you.
You are now excused.
Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner, I now call Rabbi Wolf.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Rabbi. Do sit down.
Thank you.
Please state your full name.
Levi Yitzchak Wolf.
Your address is known to the Commission, and you are the Chief Rabbi of the Central Synagogue in Sydney.
That is correct.
You've prepared a statement in writing dated 5 July 2026. The contents of that statement true and correct?
That's correct.
Commissioner, the statement has the ID STAT.899.001.0457, and I tender the statement.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
And I note that the Rabbi's attached to his statement the submission to the Commission of the Central Synagogue in Sydney that bears the ID SUV.5000.0001.3490, and I tender the submission.
Yes. Well, the submission will be received separately as an exhibit.
Rabbi, can I begin first with your own background and your family history? You were born in the United States.
That's correct.
Can you describe the community in which you grew up?
Sure. I'm here now close to 30 years, but my American accent hasn't unfortunately left me. I grew up in a family of 13. I'm the oldest of 13. My grandparents, on my mother's side, Holocaust survivors. My mother's father was an only child that survived also a very large family. Happens to be that a few years later, 10 years later, he found out that his sister survived too, out of all of their relatives, siblings, and of course parents and grandparents. My mother's side escaped from pogroms in Russia, and my father's family narrowly escaped Germany in the mid-30s. I grew up in a family where Jewish practice and religion were very much part of our deep belief. I was, from a young age, deeply influenced by one of the great Jewish leaders of the generation, Rabbi Schneerson, to live a life of service to others, which is probably the reason why my wife Chani and I ended up coming to Australia. We came here in January of 1998 and moved to Perth, where we established a Chabad house there, which amalgamated into a very beautiful synagogue called the Northern Suburbs Hebrew Congregation, which is still running there. We came to Sydney in August of 2001, actually 25 years ago now. And part of our fundamental beliefs is that the definition of every single human being is that they are created equally in the eyes of God, and that hatred and discrimination is the antithesis of everything that we believe in. And we were very fortunate over the last close to 30 years to make so many friends, of course in the Jewish community, but also in the outside community and the wider community, who we count as very special friendships. And we're very fortunate to be able to serve the community here in Australia.
And the central synagogue, where you are chief rabbi, comprises one of the largest Orthodox Jewish congregations in Australia.
That is correct. Could
you just describe its size and diversity?
We have about 4,000 members of our community. It's comprised of close to 1,800 families. Not every, technically speaking, a member is somebody who owns a seat in our synagogue. Not every family has that luxury of having a seat for every member of their family. But we have 1,800 families, and we have around 4,000 plus people that call our synagogue their spiritual home.
You have observed in your statement, consistently with an enormous amount of other evidence received by the Commission, that in your words it's increasingly clear that many Jewish Australians no longer feel entirely safe in their community, and you've observed a profound change in particular, again consistently with many others giving evidence, a profound change after October 2023. Could you describe what you have observed with your own congregation?
As one could imagine, when you have a community of that size, you hear from people of all different backgrounds, from people who are school teachers, kids who send their children to school, universities, workplace, and just people in the streets. And in so many ways, many Australian Jews, as we heard from the previous witness, feel that they're being asked to justify their place in a country to which they have contributed loyally and peacefully and constructively for generations. Can I give you a few personal examples?
Yes, indeed.
Just to put a little bit of context to my community, our shul, our synagogue, is just a little bit over a kilometer from Bondi Beach. So everything that happened in December 14th has just heightened the feeling that so many of our community have had since October 7th, 2023. I remember coming home a few months ago and somebody had anonymously placed a mezuzah, which is a Jewish little box that stands on the frame of a home, anonymously in my letterbox, with a note with it that said, "I am afraid to have this." I'm afraid to have this on my door. Please pass it on to somebody who's brave enough and who needs it. That note has stayed with me. Brave enough. In Australia, no one should have to have courage to simply place a symbol of their faith on the doorpost of their very own home. I remember in the aftermath of the terrorist attack on December 14th, I was standing about a week and a half afterwards outside of St. Mary's Cathedral, chatting with the Archbishop Fisher. I was struck by the absence of security. How this magnificent house of worship had its doors wide open, and people from all walks of life were able to just walk off the street with a knapsack on their back and come inside and pray and feel like they belong. And I couldn't help but wonder, could I ever leave the doors of my synagogue open? Would that ever be a possibility, where there would be no armed guards, no bollards, no ongoing security screenings for every single person to be able to walk through? I mean, my children, as all Jewish children in this country, are growing up attending schools where they have armed guards in front of their schools and their houses of worship, and that's normal. But they are not normal, and we should never allow this to become Australia's normal. And finally, I'll just finish off on a very personal note, that since October 7th, but predominantly since December 14th, my public profile has increased significantly. And with that, the hatred that has been directed towards me has also increased significantly. Almost daily, I receive messages of abuse and threats of violence. And initially, those messages actually shocked me. But what shocks me now is something else. I have become accustomed to it. I have become accustomed to threats of violence. That should disturb every Australian. That shouldn't disturb the Jewish community solely. And when any Australian feels that they must hide who they are by taking down the mezuzah or covering their kippah with a cap, or ensuring that they have an armed guard in front of their homes of worship, something has gone wrong for all Australians, not just for the Jewish community. And for that, I wrote this submission.
You've referred to other instances of members of your congregation reporting that they feel they need to conceal Jewish jewellery, Jewish school uniforms before walking the streets. You've heard many reports to that effect?
I've had many of those reports, and I know of instances of families who have had to tell their children who were abused in the streets for wearing their school Jewish school uniforms, that when they come home from school and before they go out to Westfield Bondi Junction, which is just a walk from most of the homes where my community live, they have to change into normal gear. Otherwise, they'd be likely abused.
Part of what the Central Synagogue has done in recent times is undertake 2 surveys of congregants. So one of those was as recently as a couple of months ago sent to members and attendees.
Yes.
And you've also surveyed members of the security team who provide security services to the Central Synagogue.
That's correct.
Can I just ask you about some of the results of the survey? So if I can perhaps call up sub.5000.0001.3490 and go to page_0003 where the executive summary is set out. So approximately how many respondents did you have to the members survey?
We had over 300 families who responded.
And the executive summary sets out some of the messages clearly received. So in terms of, I won't address all of them, but just to speak to the observation you made about behavioural change, what did the survey itself tell you about that?
The data is very clear and deeply troubling. Overwhelmingly, the majority of the respondents wrote about 60 to 70% of those who responded experienced anti-Semitic abuse. The vast majority consider visible security essential for their willingness to come and worship. Large numbers have concealed their Jewish identity, limited their children's participation in Jewish life, and all of them felt that they have to alter their way on how they go about through their very own city. I think the commission here has heard many harrowing testimonies, but again, it's the sheer number of these stories and how common they have become that's, I think, most disturbing. One respondent wrote back to us in the survey that during a recent hospital admission, in light of the Bankstown nurses and the incident that happened with those nurses and the anti-Zionist post of a senior surgeon at the hospital, for the first time, and I'm quoting all this from their response, I declined to put my religion on my admission form at a time when I felt most vulnerable and at the mercy of others. I felt the need to shield myself by not openly identifying as a Jew. Another parent wrote, people shouting, F you Jews and Hail Hitler while walking on Old Southhead Road. By the way, that's happened to me several times on that same road as well. Back to her quote, when we walk there on Shabbat, and as you know, it's Jewish practice that we don't drive in a vehicle on Sabbath, so a lot of our community is walking around. It makes our family feel, especially our children, scared to go on the streets, even in our very own neighborhood. Another person noted, my child is about to start Sydney University, and I fear that they may face intimidation like her older brother from protesters on campus, including some whose ideologies are fundamentally incompatible with Australia's values. So what do these comments tell us is something profound. Jewish Australians are not simply afraid because of anti-Semitism, they're having to change how they live. They're having to now live very differently. If a patient has to conceal their identity when going into a hospital, if a child has to change their clothing, if she or he want to go play sport and do something outside of school, if families are afraid to walk through their very own neighborhoods, and parents who send their children to some of Australia's most prestigious universities have to be scared for the safety of their children, anti-Semitism is not just an attitude of people, it has become a restriction on the way of life. And that should be a concern for every Australian. And if I can add just one thing which I think should be a very important concern, for every Australian, and it's something that the previous witness had alluded to, is a conversation I'm having with people, which is disturbing that so many are considering to leave this beautiful country. And I wish them, of course, all the very blessing for that. But I'm saddened that Australia is losing people who wanted nothing more than to build their life and to build and contribute to this beautiful country. I read an article a few weeks ago of a group of 100 doctors, 100 Jewish doctors who came together to talk about plans of leaving this country. Australia isn't just losing Jewish doctors, they're losing people who contribute to make this place what it is. We're looking for doctors in this country, losing professionals and business owners, community builders. Imagine in Australia without Jews such as Sir John Monash, without Jews like Governor General Sir Isaac Isaacs, or barristers like Ron Caston, or Australia's chief scientists like Dr. Alan Finkel, or wonderful music figures like Michael Gudinski. When talented Australians conclude that their future is better served elsewhere, Australia becomes poorer not only economically, but socially, culturally, and morally.
And has the Central Synagogue congregation had that effect of families left Sydney to return to live in Israel?
We have had many, many families who have bought properties and apartments in Israel over the last 3 years. Many families.
Another part of the survey results. Another part of the survey results. I think you were reading some of the entries from them, but in the annexures 3 and 4, you've included a summary of many of the specific anti-Semitic comments and incidents that congregants have had to endure, and also their additional observations, which are on those pages of the report, aren't they?
Yes.
Can I ask you about physical security? I won't take you to the page of the report where you address Central Synagogue's security costs and security arrangements, but I can ask you, as I understand it, about the total that Central Synagogue spends on security measures. So in 2025, this report indicates that the Central spent approximately $640,000 on security in a single year.
That is correct.
And so what sort of expenses does that encompass?
Those are expenses to the exception of $100,000, which means $540,000 of those fees went to security guards.
To pay for physical security?
Physical security to stand outside. The additional $100,000 were for some infrastructure that we had to add, which was in addition to millions of dollars that we have already spent on infrastructure for security reasons.
Yes, and your table indicates that in 2024 it was not much less, it was $420,000
That is
spent
correct.
on security guards. And how is that expense tracking in 2026? Is it consistent or going up? Or?
Well, that would probably be, if we look at the last 4 years, we've almost had to do 20 to 25% each year, more.
And that's as a result of the board receiving information from law enforcement or other sources about the threat environment, is that right?
Yes. I mean, our synagogue is a very prominent synagogue. It's one of the largest synagogues in this country, the largest in this country, and for a lot of those reasons.
But it's not as though this is just a decision of the board.
No, this is
it's on advice.
It's
from
a decision the
specialist
board
advisors.
that has taken after we've received advice from both the state, federal, and our own community service.
Now, your statement refers to interfaith engagement, and before October 2023, was the Central Synagogue active in interfaith endeavour?
I've had, over the years, many conversations and meetings with leaders of other faiths and different groups, and still count many of them as close associates and colleagues.
And that has chilled since October 2023?
Within a certain sector of faiths, that has chilled. Probably be a bit of an understatement. It's been iced.
And would you hope for the future that interfaith engagement can be recovered?
I would hope nothing more. I would hope nothing more. We had what I thought was a very constructive meeting with members of the Islamic group, Muslim group, who came to see me and other colleagues of mine following the December 14th atrocities. They came to my synagogue. They asked for that at the time to be held confidential, which I was quite disturbed. You know, a week after such a terrorist attack, we should keep it confidential that leaders of another faith would want to come and pay their respects. But be it as it is, that has really, unfortunately, been chilled, as you say, because when the President of Israel was invited by the government to come here, they spoke pretty openly and publicly against that, and relationships have broken down since. We've always tried to re-engage that, and we hope that we can in the future.
You speak of some other ways that you would hope to move things forward, and in particular you refer to the role of education in that process. What are your reflections on the way forward?
I've made a couple of speaking notes, if I can use those for that.
Oh, of course, yes.
As I've been reflecting on the unbelievable task and mission that the Commissioner has been doing here, the question that kept coming back to me was, what can Australia do differently because of this? Beyond, of course, documenting hatred, how do we build a society where hatred is less likely to take root in the first place? And I believe that Australia needs three complementary pillars in responding to anti-Semitism. Security, which protects, of course, people. Legislation, which holds offenders accountable. And number three, education, which changes hearts and inspires minds. And we need all three, but only education really addresses the problem before it begins. And I'm not just talking about Holocaust education. Education should encompass how Jews live, not only how Jews died. You know, Martin Luther King wisely observed, we hate what we fear, and we fear what we don't know. We hate what we fear, and we fear what we don't know. I believe those words are so relevant today, and perhaps more than ever. One of the greatest drivers of anti-Semitism is ignorance. When people know very little about Jews, that vacuum is rarely left empty. And it is filled with misinformation, with conspiracy theories, and with extremist propaganda. I believe anti-Semitism should be fought with pro-Semitism. By that I mean proactively teaching Australians who the Jewish people are. Who are we? How do we live? What do we believe in? How have we enriched a country like this, and why Jewish values have contributed so profoundly to the world that we live today in. It was the famous author, non-Jewish author, Thomas Cahill, who beautifully wrote in his book, The Gift of the Jews, that the Jewish people, through the Hebrew Bible, through the Torah, gave the world a moral vocabulary that still underpins, he writes, Western civilizations today: justice, compassion, human dignity, freedom, personal responsibility, and of course the sanctity of every single human life, regardless of color and regardless of background. And if we want Australians to stand with the Jewish community, they must first understand the Jewish community. They have to understand who we are. And Jews have been part of this country since the First Fleet in 1788. They have served in our armed forces, and thousands have paid the ultimate price. Anybody can go and visit the Jewish Museum and see the thousands of young soldiers whose names are on the wall because of paying the ultimate price. Jews have built and advanced medicine and law, science, education, and philanthropy. We are a tiny community, but one that has always sought to contribute far more than our size. And that is why I remain, Commissioner, very optimistic. I'm optimistic because I've now lived here almost 30 years, and I've experienced extraordinary decency and fairness and generosity from normal, great Aussie blokes, who, by the way, after December 14th, when I walked around the streets of Bondi, literally stopped me and walked over to me and said they're sorry for what the Jewish community is going through. I remember in the weeks following, I would go in and buy a cup of coffee in Bondi, and the girl behind the barista would say, "It's on us. We're so sorry for what you've experienced." This is why I believe that when Australians truly understand their Jewish neighbors, they will reject prejudice. Because the greatest antidote to anti-Semitism is not fear, it's familiarity. Learn who the Jews are, and not only through our persecution, but also through our contribution of what we've brought to the world. And when people truly know the Jewish story, it becomes much harder to believe the myths and the conspiracies and the hate. If we can bring into our school systems, into our high schools, into our universities, in the education, we can help this finest country in the world become such a special place. And the task before this commission is significant, but the opportunity is unbelievable. And if Australia can confront anti-Semitism with wisdom, courage, and education, it will not only strengthen our nation, it will provide a model from which other democracies around the world who are watching the Royal Commission and hoping to have takeaways, we can help the rest of the world flourish. I sincerely hope that the future generation will one day look back at this time and the work of this amazing Royal Commission as the moment Australia chose not merely to respond to hate, but to build a stronger and kinder and more united nation because of it.
Thanks. I don't have any further questions, Rabbi. Thank you for attending today.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple of questions, Rabbi. I understand that many Jewish people don't wish to be defined by the Holocaust. But nonetheless, in New South Wales, for example, as I understand it, if you don't do history in your high school, you could graduate from high school having never heard of the Holocaust. Do you have a view about the place, if any, for Holocaust education in the curriculum?
I think it's fundamental. Absolutely. My point is that it should not stay at only the hate and the persecution, because that almost gives people a feeling like, oh, so many people hate them, maybe I should also do that. learn about their contribution and the beauty and the love of what Judaism has brought, the Judeo-Christian values that have shaped Western societies like Australia.
Earlier in your evidence, in response to a question about the changes you'd seen after October the 7th, 2023, you said that many Jews feel they have to justify their place in this country. Can you expand on that, what you meant by that?
Imagine having to walk around and get abused in the street for just being a member of a faith.
Can I ask whether you maintain contact with the Jewish community in New York?
Ongoingly, absolutely.
Do you...
And can I just add to that? I have always, over the last 30 years, and I travel many times to New York because my parents, thank God, and my wonderful in-laws, my wonderful parents and wonderful in-laws, may they be well and healthy, still live and reside in New York and New Jersey. And I have 2 married children and their families and grandchildren who live in the US. And every time I traveled to the States, up until October 7th, it was such a sense of pride that I came from Australia. And over the last 3.5 years, I cannot tell you, Commissioner, how many comments people tell me as soon as I say I'm from Australia. The first thing is, what's going on in Australia? What's happened to Australia? It is such a shock for people in the States to hear of the level of anti-Semitism that exists in this country. It's a very sad reality.
So is it your sense from your family and other members of the New York Jewish community that even if there's been a spike in anti-Semitism there hasn't been the same degree of distress for members of the community?
Yes, there seems to be something which stands out about what's happening here, almost more than anywhere else. It could also be to the fact that it is of such a shock. You know, Australia was just, it's always looked at this paradise so far away, where they just hope maybe one day they'll be able to come and see its beautiful sandy beaches and its friendly people. And to hear that there's such hate that exists, that is spewed through marches and through discrimination. And I should also add that, you know, Australia has become home per capita to more Holocaust survivors than any other country in the world outside of Israel. And for 2 reasons. Firstly, Jews who experienced the Holocaust wanted to travel as far as they could from Europe. And secondly, this country was kind enough to let them in if they had experienced the Holocaust. And my community in particular, we've had a lot of Hungarian Jews that settled in Sydney, and a lot of Polish survivors that actually settled here in Melbourne, but in Sydney, the Holocaust survivors. And what is so heartbreaking, and this is actually not something that I have been able to document in our submission, on our synagogue submission, because the Holocaust survivors that I'm about to tell you about usually don't do surveys in their 90s. You know, a 93-year-old doesn't usually participate in a survey. But I can tell you anecdotal evidence and things that I have experienced by talking to them. What's so sad, what is so heartbreaking, is when I speak to a Holocaust survivor, and I've done a funeral for one just the other week. My community, unfortunately, as a rabbi, I have the task and the great privilege of being with many families during very happy occasions, but unfortunately, or the honor of standing with them during challenging moments. And I officiated at a funeral of a Holocaust survivor, and his earliest memories were shrouded by the dark cloud of hate. And it breaks my heart that his final moments and one of the final conversations with them was about the memories being shrouded by that very same dark cloud.
Can I just ask one more thing? And it relates to one of the responses to the survey your synagogue undertook. One of the respondents talked of their distress at their child going to university where there were protesters expressing views incompatible with Australian values. And I think I understand, Rabbi, how distressing some of those university protests were for Jewish students. But would you agree that people who are protesting on behalf of Palestinians' right to self-determination are not expressing a value that is inconsistent with Australian values?
Commissioner, I often hear people say, I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm simply anti-Zionist. And in the same breath, they deny the Jewish people's spiritual, historical, and indigenous connection to their ancestral land. I mean, to me, it's almost like saying, I'm not racist against Aboriginals. Aboriginal Australians, I absolutely love you. I just simply don't believe that you have any cultural or historical connection to this land. And for many Jews, Zionism is not an abstract political ideology. It is the belief that the Jewish people, like every other people, have the right and self-determination to their ancestral homeland. And people, of course, should have the right to criticize any government, any Israeli government. Israelis do that every day. Anybody who goes to Tel Aviv will see hundreds of thousands of people doing that, but denying only the Jewish people's right to self-determination is something fundamentally different.
But by that answer, you are assuming that people supportive, if you like, of the Palestinian cause are necessarily antipathetic to the idea of the Israel continuing to exist.
Can I just say this?
Yes.
Because we're not going to be able to solve those matters.
Indeed, we're not.
We might be able to if we continue for another couple of hours. But what I can say is that when crowds march through streets of Sydney and Melbourne and everywhere else in this beautiful country and chant death to Israel, death to the RDF, Jewish Australians do not hear a nuanced political debate. They hear threats directed to their families and to their communities, and hatred expressed in the streets rarely stays in the streets. Hatred expressed into classrooms, they spread into classrooms, they spread into universities, they spread into workplace where people in my community have to think twice about wearing a Star of David when they go to work. And I can see some of them and some of the members of my community, two wonderful girls who are here working on behalf of the commission, are proudly wearing their Star of David, but that doesn't necessarily happen in other places. And words, Commissioner, shape culture, and culture shapes behavior, and behavior left unchecked becomes violent. And I saw that on the streets and on the beaches of Bondi. So if it's left unchecked, there are 15 beautiful souls that are unfortunately not here today.
Thank you, Rabbi. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
The next witness is Dr. George Foster, OAM.
Yes.
question, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please stand.
I do.
Can you state your full name, please?
George Brian Foster.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 10th of July 2026.
I did.
Commissioner, that statement has doc ID stat.899.0040.0051_R. Does the statement remain true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It does.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement and also its annexures, stat.899.0040.0052, and that's a two-page annexure.
Yes, the statement and the annexures will be admitted.
Doctor, you were born in Budapest shortly after the end of World War II to Hungarian Holocaust survivors, is that right?
That's correct.
Your late father was conscripted in 1942 into Hungarian labour battalions. Can you tell me about what happened to his unit that he was conscripted into?
Yeah, he actually was initially conscripted in 1939, but through the employer of my grandmother, he managed to be excused after 12 months or more. However, in June of 1942, he was conscripted again to the Hungarian forced labour battalions. Now, these battalions were marched with the Hungarian and German armies across Russia as they invaded Russia. And they were basically used as slave labourers. They didn't have weapons or anything. They were told to pull the artillery pieces through the snow when the horses couldn't do it, and various other things. And they were mostly dispensable. One activity was they were forced to defuse landmine personnel mines in front of the Hungarian and German troops. And in fact, my mother's brother, an uncle I never knew, died that way. He was blown up by one of the mines. Anyhow, my father was a member of a battalion of 240, and as far as we are aware, there were only 8 of those who returned alive, and we actually have a photo of them.
Your father, as you said, he returned alive from that experience,
Correct, yeah.
And that was to Budapest in
To
early
Budapest,
1944.
Yes.
In March of 1944, Germany occupied Hungary. What happened to many Hungarian Jews after that date?
Actually, my father returned in January of 1944, and my parents were, although they had previously been married by a celebrant, they actually were married in February of 1944 in a synagogue in Hungary, in Budapest. Now, once the Germans invaded Hungary, which they did because the Hungarians had begun to talk to the Allies, having realised that the war was going badly. Well, of course, Hitler didn't like that, so he invaded Hungary. Following which, they quickly sent Adolf Eichmann to Hungary with a small group, and they began, having had the experience previously, they began to transport the Hungarian Jewish community, mainly to Auschwitz. And between May and July of 1944, there were some 437,000 Hungarian Jews transported to Hungary, the vast majority of which were to Auschwitz, the vast majority of which were murdered there.
And your parents managed to survive that by going into hiding for a period, is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Some very kind Christian childhood friends of my father managed to, agreed at the risk of their own lives to hide them from time to time. And one way or another, and my father, through a friend he had made during his time in the forced labour battalions, managed to get work at an army hospital, army canteen, and that sort of, those two things saved their lives mostly, although they had a number of very dangerous and life-threatening experiences in Budapest as well.
you arrived in Australia in 1947 as a toddler with your parents, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you've described in your statement your parents rebuilding their lives in Australia from essentially nothing and working hard to provide you with the opportunities that they never had. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you took those opportunities and you ultimately qualified as a psychiatrist?
Yes.
And is it right that you worked for many years, first as a community psychiatrist and later within a private practice?
That's correct.
Over several decades, you've had a deep engagement with Holocaust remembrance activities.
Yes.
You participated in a course on anti-Semitism and on the Holocaust at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem in the 1980s, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And upon returning to Australia, you became a member of a Survivors Association, is that right?
I did.
And you've been president of that Survivors Association for the last 13 years or so.
For many years. More years than I sometimes care to remember.
And can you tell me why that Survivors Association, to your knowledge, was founded?
It was founded in roughly 1982. And it was as a result of the belief of the survivors at the time that they wanted to have a voice of their own rather than rely on the Jewish community to sort of cover for them. I think that's the main.
You've said in your witness statement that for much of your life, you believed that while anti-Semitism had not disappeared, it had been largely confined to the margins of Australian society. Is that right?
That's correct. I guess following Rabbi Wolf is a little difficult, I must say. I'm not quite as articulate as he is.
You're not doing too badly, Mr. Foster.
But much of what he said is I would absolutely agree with. Might I add, though, one little thing? You know, this sort of event, if that's the right word, where Jews are finally suddenly becoming anxious and fearful of the country in which they live, has occurred to the Jewish people over many centuries, and in other countries. And indeed, we have lived through periods during which the Jewish people were well accepted by their community at the time. And we call these periods in Yiddish the Goldene Medina, or the Golden Age. And I believe I have lived through such an age in this country, to the point where, you know, Margaret and I have been fortunate enough to have been able to travel overseas often. And indeed, we have the distinction of having visited every continent on this earth, including Antarctica. And I would always come back to this country from our holiday and thank my parents for having chosen Australia as the country, because it was wonderful to live here until the 7th of October. The first thing that happened 2 days later, when the carnage in Israel was still happening, was on the steps of the Opera House. We heard expletives and, you know, vilification of Jews, to a point which shocked me, and I know much, if not all, of the Jewish community. I never thought that I would see such a thing in this country. And you know, I certainly understand when others have contemplated moving out of Australia because of what's happened in these last 3 years. And it's certainly a thought that had never occurred to me up until that time. Whilst I wouldn't actually act upon it, it is nevertheless a distressing thought to have even had.
Commissioner, I wonder if that's a convenient time for the adjournment.
Yes, it is indeed. We're going to take the morning adjournment for 15 minutes, Dr. Foster.
Thank you.
let's please all stand. The Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now accepted. Doctor, in addition to your service with the Survivors Association that you've mentioned, you currently serve as the president of Southern Sydney Synagogue, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And you've been affiliated to that synagogue for a number of decades.
Yes.
You've described the synagogue as a place of worship, connection and continuity for generations.
That's correct, yeah.
Can you tell me what the synagogue has meant to your family over the years?
I guess it has meant, although I have had a connection to my Jewish faith since I was born, this was more, the synagogue has been more of a, not just a place of worship, but a place of friendship, of Jewish continuity, a place of gathering, a place of prayer, particularly in the last many years. It's a place where I am grounded in my faith and in my community. I think that's Judaism is particularly grounded in community and family. And the synagogue has meant that to me.
You've said in your witness statement that although anti-Semitism in Australia has intensified since October 2023, the Southern Sydney Synagogue has experienced repeated attacks over more than 3 decades. Are you able to tell us something about some of the earlier attacks, perhaps from the 1990s, that the synagogue was subject to?
Yes, certainly. In fact, I mean, the first attack that I recall, and I think most of us do, was in March of 1991, when the synagogue was firebombed following the first Iraq war. And we were not the only ones. I mean, I think we were amongst 4 or 5 synagogues that were attacked in that way. We think one of which was Bankstown Synagogue, which following their fire, the congregation there dissolved. And actually we have some of their memorabilia and artefacts now. So that was the first attack, and
I might just pause you there, if that's okay, and ask the operator to pull up on the screen an annexure that you've included to your statement, GF-1. It has doc ID stat.899.0040.0052_R. Here it is. These are photographs, as I understand it, that were taken of the synagogue in 1991 after the firebombing that you've just mentioned.
That's correct, yes.
And you were around and affiliated with the synagogue in the aftermath of that attack.
Yes, I was.
And how did that incident impact the community at that time?
Well, of course, again, at that time there was shock and disbelief and distress. And of course it took us some months to restore the synagogue. But we were very fortunate that the Sefer Torah, the scrolls, were slightly damaged with smoke, but generally preserved, and that was with great luck. And God's help, perhaps. However, as I say, gradually, over some months, the synagogue was restored. However, we received then, as we have recently, a great deal of support from the local churches, one of which even offered for us to hold our services in their hall. We actually didn't do that at the time because we have a house that we'd bought for the rabbi, and we held our services there during that time. But I think with great effort and resilience, we went back to living our normal lives as before, and perhaps significantly, the atmosphere in the country, and particularly in Sydney, at that time was quite different to the atmosphere we have had in the last 3 years. At that time, again, we received many messages of support and assistance, and there wasn't the overt vilification of the Jewish people then. And I think because of that, it was easier for us to come to terms with and move forward after that incident.
Operator, we can take that photo down from the screen.
Just before you go ask the next question, can I just take this up with you, Dr. Foster?
Sure.
In 1991, Ron Caston of Queen's Counsel was one of the commissioners with the Human Rights Commission who undertook a study of racism in Australia, which looked at anti-Semitism, among other things. And in the report, he recorded the firebombings in 1991, but then he concurred with the comments made by Sam Lipsky that otherwise, in its interaction with the wider Australian society, the Jewish, in square brackets, experience remains overwhelmingly positive and shows every sign of continuing in that vein. Does that accord with your own memory of how things were in 1991?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Sorry, Ms. Phillips, you go on.
Thank you, Commissioner. Doctor, I'd like to just take you through some milestones that you've included in your witness statement about some events following 1991. And this is picking up at paragraph 21 of your statement. Is it right that on the 1st of August 1993, the synagogue was again targeted in a firebombing attack where petrol bombs damaged the exterior wall of the building?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah.
And you've mentioned the synagogue being targeted in early 1995. This is at paragraph 2022. What happened then?
Yeah, well, again, there were swastikas spray painted on the synagogue windows. Bricks had been thrown through the windows. And indeed, from time to time, we have had graffiti, but small in nature, and sometimes sort of rocks or sticks poked through windows, but it's never really been serious enough for us to have, well, we have taken notice of it, of course, and that'll come up later, I guess.
You've referred to some other incidents from paragraph 23 through to 26 that occurred in the early 2000s. Would you like to comment on any of those incidents?
Yes, that's right. Again, there was in 2000, as I mentioned, the various anti-Semitic incidents. May 2001, there was an attempt again to firebomb the synagogue, but really it came to nothing. It sort of failed in its attempt. As I mentioned, in April 2002, the synagogue was defaced with some graffiti. Another arson attack in 2003. Most of these only did minor damage to the actual building, but certainly affected the side, our fear of what may occur. And then, of course, the attack in 2025.
And then I'll ask you about that next, and perhaps I'll ask the operator to bring up another annexure to your statement, stat.8999.0040, thank you, .0052. On the 10th of January 2025, the synagogue was defaced with graffiti, is that right?
That's correct.
And now I'm not going to ask you about the particular facts of that incident, because it's the understanding that there may be some criminal charges pending in relation to the incident itself. Now, just in terms of the reaction that you had as president of the synagogue to the incident, can you let us know something about that?
Yeah. Well, I guess there's perhaps a couple of ways to answer that. And I must say my personal reaction was also affected by the fact that I'm the son of Holocaust survivors, and I'd been president of the Survivors Association. So some of the graffiti resonated very badly with me, and I know with survivors. And of course everybody the community was shocked, distressed, anxious. Personally, I was very angered that such a thing could happen. I had never imagined that my own synagogue would be repeatedly targeted like this, and in particular with this sort of graffiti.
And that includes Nazi symbols, for
Nazi
example.
symbols and,
Thank you.
amongst
Operator,
other
we can
things.
take that image off the screen.
I think maybe one thing is important to add, though, that despite all of those things and the subsequent anxiety that it has resulted in, I felt at the time a clear determination not to be intimidated. And, well, another thing, as part of my distress, I guess, and the atmosphere at the time in the country, I remember distinctly answering one media question with saying that, if something isn't done about the atmosphere, about the anti-Semitism at the time, then someone is going to die. And now this is back in January 2025. Sadly, that came true.
We saw in that image the signage of the synagogue includes an image of a menorah, and it was below that some of that graffiti that we were
Yes.
looking at appeared.
Yes.
Now, you've outlined in your witness statement that the synagogue has been fortunate to receive some grant funding from both state and federal governments to support some security updates at the synagogue. That's right.
Correct.
And you mentioned that after January of 2025, the synagogue installed a fence.
That's correct.
How did the installation of that fence affect how you see the character of the synagogue building within the local area?
Yeah. Prior to, well, I think you have to understand the positioning of the building. We are actually on an exposed corner and on a fairly busy Sydney street in the suburbs. Therefore, we get a lot of people driving by, and certainly locals are well aware of the synagogue. But because of its exposure, as you can see, we have suffered attacks over the years. So after the graffiti attack, we decided perhaps we would try to build a fence. The eventual erection of the fence was actually completed 4 days after the Bondi atrocities. I think most of us, whilst we feel a little safer as a result of having it there, at the same time we feel a great deal of sadness that it has to have been erected. And perhaps it gives people a little more security, or a belief that there is at least some security there that will protect us, and they'll be more likely then to attend functions, because that's one of the things that happened certainly since the 7th of October 2023, that people would call me and say, is it safe to come to the synagogue? Do you have security? Because without security we're not going to come. And that applied not just to social functions but also to regular services. And I would sort of try to reassure them that it was quite safe, and as I said, it was always my determination that we would not be intimidated, and that we should carry on as we had always done. And I think over the time people have learnt to continue in that way, and I think the fence has been a contribution to that.
You remarked this is at paragraph 36 of your witness statement, being particularly impressed by the response of our state premier. That's the New South Wales state premier, is that right?
That's correct.
What impressed you?
Okay. Well, as it happened, I had made, I should say, our synagogue lies within the Premier's electorate, and so he has been to the synagogue 2 or 3 times, and I have met him a number of times. And I actually made an appointment with him one day following this incident, but in relation to a function of the Survivors Association. During the course of that meeting, just for his information, I happened to mention that the synagogue board of directors had discussed the possibility of erecting a fence around the synagogue. His immediate response was, "Don't worry, we'll pay for it." Now, I wasn't asking him to do that, but he did, and he came through, and without that contribution we couldn't have built it at all.
Can I ask you about paragraph 37 of your witness statement? You refer to some of the support that you've received, like that from the Premier that you've just described, and then you go on to say, the need to prioritise security has had practical and ongoing implications. Funding might cover private security costs for 9 to 12 months into the future, with the question of funding to arise again shortly afterwards. Are you able to comment on some of the operational issues or considerations that the timing of funding might give rise to in terms of running the synagogue?
Okay. I think basically, we are a small neighbourhood synagogue, which is sort of like 45 minutes away from the main Jewish community in the eastern suburbs. And so we don't have a lot of funds as such. Mm-hmm. And therefore the cost of private security guards would be prohibitive if we had to hire someone for every service, Friday night, Saturday morning, throughout the year. We couldn't do it. And therefore we did receive some Commonwealth funding via the ECAJ, which helped us to have such security over a period of about 4 or 5 months. But once that runs out, then we rely mostly on the CSG, whose services I can't describe how good and how much we thank them for their voluntary service.
Thank you. You've said in your statement that through your professional life, particularly as a psychiatrist, you've come to understand the enduring effects of trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've seen some of those enduring effects in particular manifest over the years through your work with the Survivors Association and dealings with Holocaust survivors and their descendants more generally. And you've commented, this is at paragraph 39 of your statement, that the cumulative impact of anti-Semitic incidents on the synagogue and its congregation has been a significant impact, particularly on psychological well-being. I wonder, with your background, if you can comment in some further detail on some of that psychological impact.
Okay. Well, firstly, I am aware that there have been 2 or 3 survivors who have given evidence already and who have outlined their reactions to the current atmosphere. And also that, the Jewish community as a whole and our reactions to it. I think perhaps the main, in terms of survivors, the main reactions would be a feeling of vulnerability again, a feeling of anxiety, recurrence of memories of their experiences during the Holocaust. It's basically a recurrence of the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder that they suffered at the time and many throughout their lives. I must admit, there was a time, because I grew up with survivors, there was a time when I had thought that there were survivors who had overcome their anxiety and distress and psychological problems. But with experience and time working with them, I now believe that every survivor has been left with indelible markings of their experience, and the current atmosphere is simply just...
And Doctor, this commission has heard from younger Jewish people who by and large speak of growing up in a family where they heard stories from their grandparents about the Holocaust.
Yes.
But more than one have talked about intergenerational trauma, and unlike you, they weren't psychiatrists. But is there a basis for that that opinion, namely that the trauma of which you speak, in a sense, is carried through to younger generations because they grow up with the stories?
Yes, yes, certainly. Intergenerational transmission of trauma is a well-investigated area in psychiatry, in neuropsychiatry, neuropsychology now as well. So whilst, like, I grew up, fortunately, in a family where my parents didn't totally shield me from their experience, and once I started to ask questions, they would tell me of it. But hearing of the manner in which they overcame the problems they faced at the time, I had a great respect for them and for their courage and so forth. However, there were many second generation children of survivors who didn't have quite the same experience, and many of them have been similarly affected with that trauma, and they tend to be more sensitive, particularly to traumatic events, to the sort of events we have seen recently. In terms of the vilification of Jews, the exclusion of Jews from parts of public life, the normalisation of anti-Semitic language, dehumanising Jewish people, and so forth. You know what I mean? And that can pass on to the next generation. In fact, interestingly, there is now, I believe, some evidence that there may be even some, well, let's call it biochemical factors, yeah, that may be involved there as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Foster, at paragraph 41 of your statement, you note that the congregation of the Southern Sydney Synagogue has demonstrated remarkable resilience. And then at paragraph 42, you go on to state, nevertheless, it is important to recognise that resilience does not negate impact. Would you like to comment further on why that's an important thing to recognise?
Yeah, sure. I think, like I said, I have tried my best as president of the synagogue, and indeed of the association, not to allow all this to have intimidated us, and to continue to foster resilience and a continuation of normal life. But that doesn't sort of mean there hasn't been impact, and there has. As I said earlier, like, survivors particularly are feeling more vulnerable, members asking whether it's safe to come to synagogue, to come to services, parents wondering whether it's okay to bring their children, volunteers being reluctant to serve in visible roles, anxiety around public events, anxiety about walking to the synagogue wearing a kippah. I know sort of a number of people who have given evidence here have said similar things, and as did Rabbi Wolf earlier.
Dr. Foster, I'd like to ask you about one final topic, and that's the topic that you've addressed in your statement under the heading Community Support and Social Cohesion. At paragraph 43 of your statement, you said that you wish to highlight the significant and meaningful support that the synagogue has received from the broader community. And you go on to say this is at paragraph 46, such expressions of support have played an important role in reinforcing the synagogue's sense of belonging and determination to remain an active and visible part of the local community. I'd like to ask you, what have those expressions of support made you believe about the prevalence of anti-Semitism within the broader Australian community?
I think, and we have, I was called personally by 3 or 4 church leaders surrounding the synagogue, and met with some of them, and we have had many messages of support from all over Australia, actually, and that has sort of led me to believe that the vast majority of Australians are with the Jewish community, are supportive of the Jewish community. But there is still a significant portion who have a great voice. Look, I wonder if I might sort of then comment quickly on the atmosphere of today. And, I'm sometimes asked whether I believe that Australia is becoming another Germany in the 1930s. Now, my answer is no. Australia's democratic institutions, legal system, and civilian civil society are fundamentally different. However, as the son of survivors and president of the association and the synagogue, I can't ignore certain disturbing parallels in the social atmosphere. For example, the exclusion of Jews from parts of public life, the normalisation of anti-Semitic language, dehumanising descriptions of Jews, conspiracy theories, the resurgence of anti-Semitic tropes, attacks on Jewish schools, synagogues and businesses, and fear about displaying Jewish identity publicly, which we've spoken about. While these were policies of Nazi Germany and encouraged by the Nazis, they're not policies and never have been policies of the Australian government. They're not the Holocaust today. But they are warning signs that Holocaust survivors recognise, and indeed I think the Jewish community recognise, because they have seen where such patterns can lead if they're left unchallenged. I think that's the basic.
Thank you for your evidence today.
There were 2 other
Yes, by all means, Dr. Foster.
I would very much like to say. The first one is, Rabbi Wolf actually pretty much said what I'm going to say, but if you don't mind, I might repeat in terms of the discussion surrounding Zionism. In my view, Zionism, as he said, is the belief that the Jewish people, like every other people, have the right to self-determination in their historic and ancestral homeland. In public debate, governments and their policies should always be open to criticism. Israel is no exception. However, there's an important distinction between criticising the policies of a government and denying the legitimacy of the state's existence. No other nation is routinely expected to justify its continued existence as the price of participating in international discussion. Governments change, policies change, but the right of a nation to exist is generally accepted. Israel is frequently treated differently. In my view, applying that unique standard to the world's only Jewish state is itself a manifestation of anti-Semitism. Similarly, proposals that would replace Israel as the Jewish homeland with a single binational state may be presented as political solutions. However, from my perspective as the child of survivors and the president of the association, that would mean the disappearance of the one country established as a refuge for the Jewish people following centuries of persecution culminating in the Holocaust. Now, that concern is shared not only by Holocaust survivors and their descendants, but also many Jewish families whose communities were displaced and expelled from Arab countries following Israel's establishment. The other issue does concern security. Security is essential. The protection provided by governments, police and the community security group enables Jewish Australians to worship and gather in some safety, and I'm deeply grateful for that support. However, security addresses the consequence of anti-Semitism, not its causes. And again, as Rabbi Wolf mentioned, Holocaust education remains indispensable, but by itself it cannot eliminate prejudice and appears not to have. Australians should also learn about Judaism as a living civilization, its ethical teachings, its history, its culture, and its contribution to Australian society. There's a teaching by Rabbi Hillel which remains one of Judaism's most profound ethical principles. When asked to explain the essence of Judaism while he was standing on one foot, he explained, "What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow. The rest is commentary." My hope is that one day the success of our response to anti-Semitism will not be measured by the height of synagogue fences or the number of security guards we require, but by the day when those protections are no longer necessary, because understanding has replaced prejudice and trust has replaced fear.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness that we'll be hearing from is Tyson Wodak.
Yes, thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Wodak. Do take a seat.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can you please state your full name?
Russell Eric Tyson Wodak, known as Tyson Wodak.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 2nd of April 2026, is that right?
Yes, I have.
Commissioner, that's stat.899.0003.0001_R. You've indicated two small corrections you'd like to make to that statement that I'd just like to confirm with you. Is it the case that in paragraph 28A, the word safety should instead appear instead of the word security?
In 28A, yes.
And the same correction ought to be made to the reference to that term in paragraph 42.
Yes.
With those corrections, does the statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it does.
Commissioner, I attended that statement.
Yes, the witness's statement will be an exhibit.
You are the chair of the board of Balik College.
I am.
Balik is a pluralist Jewish school in Melbourne.
That's right. We have about 1,150 students in attendance any given day.
It's also a Zionist school.
It is.
Can you identify what Zionism means for Balik College?
Sure. Zionism, and I think I'm echoing a number of other witnesses here, is a belief in Israel as the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people, to whom Jews, many Jews, most Jews I'd say, feel a strong and continuing connection. It's also the home of about half of the world's Jews.
And you've said this in your witness statement at paragraph 19, that Balik supports a two-state solution and the right of those who identify as Palestinian to self-determination, alongside the right of Israel to a peaceful existence within secure borders. Is that right?
That is Bialik's position. Zionism is, as I've said elsewhere, is a broad church. It absolutely encompasses a belief in the rights of other peoples.
And you've indicated in your statement, this is at paragraph 26, that from your own personal perspective, it might be hurtful to categorise people on the basis that they are either on the one hand Zionist or on the other hand pro-Palestine. Are you able to comment on that?
Sure. That is my view. I am a Zionist because I believe in Israel's right to continued existence as the homeland of the Jewish people. That does not mean I wish harm for or have any hatred for or wish badly on any other people. I regard myself as pro-Palestinian. I'd like to believe I'm pro all people. I wish no harm to anybody or to any people. I wish for the self-determination of the Palestinian people one day as part of a two-state solution.
And in your answer just then, referring to Zionism as an extremely broad church, can I take from that answer that from the perspective of Balik College being a Zionist school, that shouldn't be taken to necessarily reflect a position on any particular policy position of any Israeli government from time to time?
That's absolutely right. Being a Zionist does not include any political opinion about the actions of the current or for any former Israeli government. It does not involve support for any particular military action. People are entitled to support such military actions as they see fit. They're entitled to such political views as they wish to hold, but Balik does not, and Zionism does not require any particular political perspective or support for any particular government or its positions.
In hearing block 1 of the Royal Commission, some evidence was received from the principal of Balik College, Jeremy Stolinda, about the impacts of anti-Semitism on the school and its students. As board chair, is it right that you are positioned to provide perhaps a slightly more operational or managerial perspective in relation to the security environment for the school?
So I'm familiar with Mr. Stolinda's evidence. I can provide a governance perspective on that. Is there any particular aspect I can assist with?
I just wanted to confirm with you that you're also a parent of children who attend the school currently, is that right?
I am. I have 2 children presently, students at Balik College.
And so in that capacity as parent, you're also in a position where you can identify the impact that the security environment has on families who are active within the school community.
I can. There's a wide variety of perspectives. Some people take security issues in their stride, others are very anxious. Beyond that, I worry a lot, I fear a lot, both as a parent and in my institutional role, about the impact of constant security on, well, personalised, on my kids' attitude to living in Australia and on the way they understand Australian society and they're all in it. My kids have spent their whole lives living under security.
I'd like to ask you about some of the financial aspects of the school's governance.
Sure.
Now, is it right that Balik's an independent school where fees are typically charged? Yes?
Yes, it is. It's an independent school. It's a what would be regarded as a high fee independent school, although, and you may be going to come to this, the fee arrangements do not apply as they would typically at a non-Jewish independent school.
And you've referred in your witness statement to a portion of students at the school receiving some form of fee assistance. Are you able to comment on that?
Sure. So about 25% of the students at Balik are fee assisted, by which I mean that they pay a fee assessed either internally or by an external body as being the amount their family is capable of affording. And that level of discounting is essentially funded within the school community by way of cross-subsidisation, such that about 25% of our college's budget is allocated to fee assistance. No Jewish student will be turned away by reason of an inability to pay, providing that their family is able to or willing to pay the fee they are assessed as being capable of paying.
So is it right that amongst the school community and the parents of students, there may be some families with a higher income bracket, there may be some families who have more limited means, and the school assesses that and seeks to provide support where needed so that students can attend and receive the kind of education that the college offers?
That's exactly right. We range from families that are comfortable to families with healthcare cards. It's a broad group of families at our school.
And you've commented in your witness statement on some families who have enrolled at Balik College after the 7th of October 2023, who up until that point had either been in the public school system or perhaps at other independent schools that are not Jewish. Do you have any insight into some of the reasons for those enrolments and transfers?
I have insight into what people tell us. It's obviously anecdotal because it's not based on my personal knowledge, but my insight is that many people who have come to us mid-journey since October 7, by which I mean not at kinder or foundation prep stage, report that they are coming to us or coming back to us because of anti-Semitism they've experienced at other schools. That's been a repeated story or repeated narrative that we hear with detail from a variety of schools.
And Balik itself is live to the potential of anti-Semitism to impact its own students going about their daily routines. Is that right?
Yes, we take the students have education on difficult conversations, especially as they get older. They learn about the world they live in, and we seek to take steps to mitigate the risks as we can. For example, by not having uniforms on excursions, particularly excursions where we think the risk is high.
When did that uniform practice, if I can call it that, commence, to your knowledge?
After October 7, our risk environment changed significantly after October 7.
And you've commented on certain excursions that had been planned needing to be reconsidered in their entirety in your witness statement. Are you able to comment on that?
So every excursion, every time students are going to leave campus, involves a detailed risk assessment that involves multiple stages. That risk assessment might involve a decision to cancel the excursion or to modify the excursion. An example I think I give in my witness statement is an excursion fairly shortly after October 7, I think very shortly after, that happened. One of my children was to attend, which was to walk around East St Kilda, which is a part of area in Melbourne with a high level of Jewish community, going to, it was called a life cycles excursion. They were going to go to synagogues and I think a cemetery, maybe some other facilities, and just walk around and experience them and talk about them. And the level of parent anxiety was very high, and some parents pulled out. In the end, our risk assessment determined that it was not appropriate or realistic to proceed, and that excursion, as an example, was cancelled.
For those parents of Balik students who do pay fees, is it right that there's a security levy that forms a component of what parents are required to pay?
Yes, there is. There is a security levy which is charged in addition to fees. This year it is $840 per student. That covers operational security costs only and does not cover capital expenditure, which is paid for in other ways.
And are you able to comment on whether the amount of that security levy per student has changed over the last few years?
Yes. I'm sorry, I don't recall precisely. It's gone up either 230% or 250% over recent years. I think the number is in my statement. But it's certainly increased significantly very significantly in recent years as a direct result of increased operational security costs, primarily guarding costs. The security levy is charged on a pass-through basis. There's no markup on it. So it's gone up directly because our security costs have gone up.
Yes, and I think at paragraph 40 of your witness statement, the figure that you give is an increase of approximately 230% since 2022.
Thank you, Councillor.
But that's the 230% figure. There is another figure, though, in paragraph 41, a percentage figure in terms of an increase in costs since 2022. Are you able to comment on that?
Yeah, our operational security costs have increased by about 250%. I can't precisely recall why there's a slight difference between those two. It might be that we've been able to absorb some of those operational costs in some other way without passing them on as a security levy to parents. But conceptually, operational security costs are funded outside school fees by way of a levy which reflects our anticipated costs. It's operational security costs for the year.
I think you might have collected some data in terms of the guarding costs that the college has incurred over the last 6 years or so, perhaps, in terms of its operations. Now, without going into the exact figures of those costs, are you able to broadly outline the proportion that's been funded through different sources?
So,
and so that's a significant portion of the overall operational cost that's being met through the college's own repositories of funding.
That's
in
right.
Its community.
Operational security costs is not just guarding costs, but they're a very large proportion of our operational security costs.
And separate to its operational security costs, you've also referenced in your witness statement that the school has incurred significant capital expenditure related to security. Is that right?
Yeah.
Take you to paragraph 44 of your witness statement. You've said this there: I cannot understand why the families at Balik are required to pay for the security measures reasonably necessary to protect them. I believe a core function of society is maintaining the peace and security of its people. Could I ask you to expand on the belief that you express in that paragraph?
So Balik is situated in Hawthorn on one campus. There are 3 schools in a row. There's a state primary school, a state secondary school, and us. The other schools, you can walk in at the weekend and play basketball or do whatever you'd like. We have high fences, we have security everywhere. It's a secured environment. I just can't understand why we live in a country where one aspect of our community is expected to live under heavy security, which it has to pay for in large part itself. In my view, a well-functioning society ought to provide security to its people as a core part of its orderly function. I believe that if there are faith-based or other organisations that require higher levels of security than others in order to go about their day-to-day lives, that funding ought to be assessed by some independent body, and that those organisations ought to be funded for security to a point that puts them on an equal playing ground. I want my school to be funded to a point where it's as safe as the school we're literally next door to. And I believe that is what would happen in a well-functioning society that wanted all of its people to be and feel safe.
I want to ask you about something you said at paragraph 35 of your witness statement. You said there, Balik has no interest or purpose in having greater security than is actually required to respond to the security environment it faces. Can you explain that?
Yeah, and thank you for asking me about this, because it's something I feel very strongly about. I'm engaging with you about security funding, but I don't want more security funding. I want less need for security. It's a matter of, as an Australian, as a parent, as someone involved in a school, all I want is less need for security. If we need the security, sure, I'd like more funding for it. I'd like my community not to have to pay for it. But no one wants more security for themselves or their children than they actually require. And no one wants their children having armed guards around them every day. I'd much rather an environment that was more secure, that was safe, rather than an environment where we were spending huge amounts of money on security and asking others to pay for it. That's not at all my preferred position.
And in your capacity as parent, you've commented also on the fact that the school has a parent security group and a parent security roster. Is that right?
Well, I think we just changed them to safety, but certainly there are parents who provide volunteering services on the perimeter of the school, where they support the security staff by just providing extra eyes and ears from a safety perspective.
Thank you. And the sorts of contributions that parents might make in that regard would be, in addition to, for example, volunteering at the canteen, volunteering
Yes.
at the uniform shop, and tasks like that.
And we have all of that too, of course. It's a school, but we rely heavily on parents to step up and provide safety support every day, and to be standing outside the school morning and afternoon as an extra layer of safety support for the college and its operations.
And you've, at paragraph 53 of your statement, indicated a concern about some of the impacts that the security environment might have on the psychological welfare of students, including your own children. Are you able to comment on that?
And unlike the last witness, I have no qualifications to comment on that other than my perceptions. I worry about it all the time. I think about what it's like growing up in a secured environment, knowing that other people are not growing up in that way, and then one day my kids will leave school, and I hope they'll go on to university, and then they'll be in a completely different environment with. It'll be a completely different environment, and one in which they don't have the security they're used to, and one in which they'll be surrounded by people who potentially disagree with them or hold views that they're not used to hearing. And I do worry both for my own children and for the children of the Jewish community, who are by necessity growing up in a highly secured environment, and just being separated from the vast majority of Australians, and internalising, I fear, that that's something that's necessary for them, and that they are separate from other parts of the Australian community.
In your statement at paragraph 57, you've described attending a funeral of a family friend some months ago, Are you able to tell us about what struck you on that occasion?
A close family friend died. I attended his funeral. It's a beautiful funeral. It was held at a church in Turak on a prominent corner. I went outside afterwards, and it was a sunny day, and everyone stood around for quite a long time just talking. And there was a lot of the funeral was of a retired judge, and there was a large number of prominent figures in Australia's legal community there. And I just watched. I was participated, but I watched, and no one seemed at all concerned for their safety. There was no security guards. People weren't dispersing. They weren't looking left or right. And I just reflected that it's nothing like the community and the community experience I have. But if you attend a Jewish function, it's usually you're notified of the address at the last minute, you disperse immediately, you walk quickly to your car and leave. It's the ability to do normal things like stand around and chat outside after a function is non-existent for us.
In your circles of non-Jewish friends or colleagues, do people generally have an awareness or understanding of your involvement in Balik College and the fact that your own children attend that school?
I'd say so. It takes up a lot of time being the president of a school, and I think so. I think most people I deal with know that I'm the president of Balik College and that my children attend that school.
And amongst that circle of non-Jewish friends and colleagues, do you feel that there's been an appreciation of what the Balik community and the broader Jewish community in Melbourne have been going through in the current security environment?
Everyone's an individual. So I've certainly had a lot of support from some people. I've had a medium level of support from others, and I've had, I think, very limited support from a part of some of the people I know. I've felt somewhat disappointed. Everyone's busy. People have their own lives. They have their own problems. I don't expect people to be worrying about me all the time. But I feel that the level of support from some members of the community, Australian community for Jewish people and for me has been lower than I would have hoped for at times.
And you conclude your witness statement with a reflection, and you've said that you've reflected in recent times on why you'd until now stayed quiet about the disparity between the experience of Jewish Australians and the experience of others. What's made you decide to speak out now by making a submission to the Royal Commission and coming today to give your evidence?
So, because a lot of what I have to say could have been said 10 plus years ago. You know, my children were at that point young children, but they were attending Balik College. They were under security, you know, many years ago. I don't remember really talking about it or remarking on it or reflecting on it very much at that time. I suppose it's that I now hold a communal position. It's October 7, and what I regard as the horrific reaction from sections of the Australian community following that. And it's just a growing belief that we're very fortunate to be having this commission. I have the opportunity to be heard, and then I feel like I have an obligation to do what I can to express what I perceive is going on in Australia and how it's affecting the Australian community. I feel I have that obligation, and I don't know why I didn't speak up earlier.
Thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you, Mr. Wodak. You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dan Sztrajt.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Do take a seat, sir.
Thank you.
Can I check how you pronounce your surname?
Pronounced straight, like straight ahead.
Ah, thank you.
Not the first to ask.
So can you please state your full name?
My name's Daniel Sztrajt.
You've prepared a witness statement to the Royal Commission dated the 14th of July 2026.
Yes,
That has doc ID stat.899.0040.0049_R. Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes it is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement together with a submission that's been made to the Royal Commission from Mount Scopus Memorial College with doc ID stat.899.0040.0050_R, and I note that that document is subject to an order not to publish.
Yes, very well. The statement and the annexure, subject to the non-publication order in the case of the latter, will together be admitted as an exhibit.
You were born in Melbourne to immigrant parents, is that right?
That's correct.
And 4 of your grandparents had survived the Holocaust.
Yes, 4 of them survived. In actual fact, I have 5 grandparents because one of them did not survive the Holocaust, but the remaining 4 are all Holocaust survivors.
And you completed your schooling at Mount Scopus Memorial College in Melbourne, graduating in the late 1990s, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your final year at that school, you served as one of its college captains, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And when you were a student at Mount Scopus in that time, what security measures do you recall being present at the school?
So when I was at school, when I was a student at Mount Scopus, there certainly were security measures. Security was a factor of everyday life at the school, but certainly not to the extent that it is today. There were certainly no armed guards. There were multiple entrances and exits to the school. You could walk in and out in many different places. The environment was relaxed as a student in terms of security, and while security was talked about, it wasn't the frontline item as it is today.
And you studied to become an educator at university, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And during your university studies and after graduating, you served in a number of voluntary community roles, both in the Jewish and broader community.
Yes.
What were some of those roles?
Sure. So I volunteered in a number of different organisations, Jewish community youth organisations. I volunteered for 7 years as a part of the community security group, the Jewish community security group. I have worked alongside a number of organisations through that time, through the Jewish Community Council of Victoria, worked in the Jewish community in New South Wales and in Western Australia as well.
And you served as assistant principal at Balik College, where our last witness spoke to for a number of years, is that right?
Yes, so I'd actually worked at Mount Scopus for a while after graduating, but then worked for 13 years at Balik College as assistant principal.
And then in January of 2024, you were appointed as the principal back at Mount Scopus College, which is where you attended as a student.
Yes.
And you've served in that principal role ever since?
Yes, I've been principal for 2.5 years now.
And your own children, is it right, currently attend Mount Scopus as well?
So I have 3 children, all 3 of them attend Mount Scopus, one of them is here today.
And so is it right that you've come to give evidence today both as a Jewish school leader and also as an Australian Jewish individual concerned about the future of your own children?
Absolutely, yes.
I'd like to ask you a bit about Mount Scopus. Is it right that it's a K-12 co-educational Jewish school providing education across 3 separate campuses?
Yes, that's correct. So it's the largest Jewish school in the state, and it's probably one of the oldest and most established it's well known across the Southern Hemisphere.
And you said that the school was established in 1949 by Holocaust survivors and post-war immigrants. And you've referred in your witness statement to its founding as an expression of Jewish renewal. Can I ask you to comment on that?
I'm always taken aback when I consider the story of Mount Scopus, and I think it's a story that's emblematic of the Melbourne Jewish community. I think with so many Holocaust survivors seeking, as we've heard here today already, seeking to leave Europe and travel as far away as possible. They saw Melbourne as literally the last stop on the train. It was the furthest point they could reach. And what I'm struck by is that those Holocaust survivors, when arriving in Melbourne, could have done many different things in terms of how to live their life Jewishly as Jewish Australians, as newly minted Australians. And what so many of them chose to do was to invest so heavily in the idea of building a Jewish school, explicitly with the idea of saying the very parts of our identity that we were forced to hide and we were forced to be embarrassed of should now become parts of a new generation of Australian Jews who will be proud of their Judaism, who will have a space and an educational environment where they can stand up proudly in a way that we never could. I'm incredibly proud of that also. My father as well happens to be an alumni of the school. He was brought by his parents who are Holocaust survivors. In fact, he is technically a Holocaust survivor himself as well. And when coming to Australia, his mother actually came to the school and begged for him to become a part of Mount Scopus as well, which he could do as someone who was born overseas, born in the most horrific circumstances, and was able to attend the school and is now a proud Jewish Australian man.
And you've said in your witness statement that around 1 in 5 students at Mount Scopus currently are in receipt of some kind of bursary or fee assistance. Is that right?
Yeah, so we have a fee assistance program across the school to make sure that financial means is not a reason why a Jewish person can't receive a Jewish education. The figure we normally talk about is around about 1 in 5, but in actual fact, when we also consider that our teaching staff also get a discount on their school fees, it's probably closer to 1 in 4.
Now, Mount Scopus is a Jewish day school. It's right that it's long operated within an elevated threat environment from your perspective?
Unfortunately, by being probably the most prominent Jewish school or the most well-known Jewish school in the state, that comes with it obviously being a target when the circumstance is difficult in the country, when there's a rise in anti-Semitism. We certainly see a huge rise in the impact of Mount Scopus being targeted as a prominent Jewish school.
And you've referred in your statement and in the school's submission to the incidents or the threat becoming intensified in recent years.
Absolutely. Obviously since October 7th, but even before then, we'd noticed a significant uptick in the number of incidents we were managing and we were dealing with. But then after October 7th, it rose dramatically.
The school was subject to an incident of graffitiing in May of 2024, which was a few months after you'd commenced your role as principal. Can you tell me about how that impacted the school community and what the response to that incident looked like?
This was a very difficult circumstance. Over a weekend, somebody had come and written the words "Jew die" in very large letters across the front entrance to our campus in Burwood, into our main campus. We'd become aware of it because one of our students actually happened to be driving past the school over the weekend and was making some sort of social media TikTok video or something like that, facing their school to say, "Hi school," as they were driving past, and then noticed this huge graffiti out the front. That video went somewhat viral across the Melbourne Jewish community. Suddenly everyone had known, sort of as we found out, that someone had graffitied the front of the school. This was obviously during a very heightened time where people were quite concerned about security. It was a difficult circumstance to respond to because we immediately started to hear from families who were very concerned with what had happened. There were families who had told me personally that they would not be sending their children to school, that this was potentially a reason why the school might be targeted, or that this demonstrates the school doesn't have sufficient security. We decided to respond very quickly and in a very proactive way. We immediately removed the graffiti that weekend. We also chose to put up an Australian flag and another flag with the Hebrew words that would translate to "the Jewish people live." as an affirmation to the exact opposite of what had been printed there. We knew that every single one of our students coming into school that day would be looking for the graffiti that they'd seen on social media. And what we wanted them confronted with was, no, you are proud Australians and you should be proud that, here you are living in Australia. There was a lot of questions about what that day should feel like for students. We chose it to be a bit of a day of celebration, of being proud of who we are and standing up in the face of anti-Semitism and hate.
And now you've described, this is in the Mount Scopus submission at page 10, that historically the college has not maintained a comprehensive long-term log of anti-Semitic incidents, but that some of that information has been obtained and logged since about January of 2022. Based on the data that's been compiled, can you tell me how many incidents have been logged in total in relation to anti-Semitic conduct at the school or in and around the school or affecting Mount Scopus students since the 1st of January 2022?
Yeah, so we formally logged 131 incidents of anti-Semitism. I will say, and it's important to note, that we repeatedly have reports that come in from students and staff and parents of anti-Semitic incidents that they chose not to report, that they felt were just benign, a part of what happens in society, and didn't feel that there was a need to report those. So while I do say that we report a significant number of anti-Semitic incidents, I have no doubt that that is a small reflection of the actual number.
And you've identified that these incidents can broadly be grouped into two categories, the first being anti-Semitic incidents targeting Mount Scopus College campuses, and the second being anti-Semitic incidents targeting Mount Scopus College students. The graffiti incident would fall within the first of those categories, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you've included in the school submission an incident in that category, consisting of some correspondence that was received by the school. I might ask the operator to bring that up. It's stat.899.0040.0050_R on page 13. I can zoom in on the top set of images. The articles that we see amplified here, they were articles that came in an envelope directed to the school's campus, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I won't read out the profanities that appear on the note on the right-hand side, but it uses the F word and the A word followed by Jew boy. And the image on the left-hand side of the screen, that's an image that perhaps invokes a drawing of the Statue of Liberty, but what do you see the statue figure holding in its hand rather than the conventional torch?
So while I don't want to talk about the artistic prowess of a rabid anti-Semite here, but it's a depiction of a Jew looking like the Statue of Liberty, instead of holding a torch, holding a menorah, a Jewish symbol. There are a number of other classic anti-Semitic tropes from a whole range of backgrounds included in that one image, which I received. I can go through those if you'd like.
Or I might just perhaps the dollar sign on tablet or the book that's being held by the image. What does that invoke for you?
So I think the dollar sign together with a yellow Star of David together, obviously the yellow Star of David being the depiction of how the Nazis forced Jews to wear a yellow star. It's not only just a Star of David, it's a yellow star implying that that's how Jews should be labelled, but the fact that it's there put with money, the old trope of trying to associate Jews with being money hungry, sort of the dehumanisation, I guess, of, yes, there's a Jew there with a big nose, but also with unhuman horns, being blamed for a whole lot of different issues around the world. Note there even the assassination of JFK and Bobby Kennedy, I think, and amongst many other conspiracies on there, some from more of a communist background, and lots of different items there.
Thank you, and we can take that picture off the screen. Later in the school submission, there's been included some of the comments that have been made on social media posts on the school's social pages. I'm just going to read a couple out from mid-2025 to early 2026 that have been included. On a post about a Year 1 Passover event, the poster said this: "The school needs to be shut down. How vile, teaching kids to be terrorists so young, seriously sick people." And then on some ads on Facebook for the school, comments that have been extracted included these: "Scum, genocide supporters, school of little devils, shame on your Zionists, the regime of evil, piece of S, child killers," and then "wipe these dogs out." Noting some of those comments, is it right that in August of 2025 a decision was made to change some of the college's social media pages or accounts to private mode?
Yes. So as part of our college board, we have a subcommittee that deals with security items. That committee had a recommendation brought before it by our communications and media manager together with our security manager. The feeling was that we were receiving such frequent targeted hate rhetoric online that we felt it was unsafe for us to be promoting our school publicly, and a decision was made to change our Instagram account to a private account where we could screen anyone who would be able to see it. Now, not a great move from an enrolments perspective and being able to promote the incredible work that Mount Scopus does in the community. We recognise that for too many parents, the idea of their children being photographed and those photographs being in the hands of anti-Semites out in the community was too great, and we decided to make that change and significantly change the way in which we promote elements of the school on social media in order to protect our students.
You've also included in the submission some anti-Semitic incidents targeting the school's students. You've referred to one incident in particular at a swimming carnival. What happened there?
So we had an incident during a recent inter-school swimming carnival. We're a part of a network of independent schools in eastern Melbourne called the EISM. We were part of a swimming carnival. Our best swimmers were off there competing against other schools, while one of our Year 8 students was waiting in the marshalling area before the race. A student from another school proceeded to walk up to him, perform a number of Nazi salutes, yelling out Hitler, and jumping up and down to try and intimidate the student before his race. Student was quite distressed afterwards. After the race, the student went out, competed in his race. Afterwards, the teacher there noticed that he was very distressed, asked him about what had happened. He explained it. Our coach, then went up to the coach from the team of the student who did this. He questioned whether or not that had happened, saying this is one student's word against another, and it was only thankfully due to a lot of other students who then were in that same area, in the marshalling area, actually spoke up and came to this other teacher and said, no, I watched this happen, I saw it happen, it did happen.
I want to ask you about security measures and their need at Mount Scopus. Now, is it the case that in recent years the nature of security measures and their intensity has increased from a previous baseline, if I can put it that way, without going into the details of what those measures are?
Absolutely. There's been a significant increase. Our security arrangements have changed over time, probably most notably in 2015, the school made a decision together with the other Jewish day schools in Melbourne that a number of significant anti-Semitic violent terrorist attacks had actually occurred overseas, one against a school and others against Jewish institutions, and a decision was made in 2015 for all of the Jewish schools to swap from unarmed to armed security guards. That coincided with the school actually asking parents to contribute a separate security levy to cover the additional cost of providing that higher level of security. So this was after I believe it was in 2012, a Jewish school in Toulouse in France was attacked by someone with students and a rabbi at the school being murdered.
And you've referred in the submission to the school appointing in 2025 a full-time security manager with a background in policing and even counter-terrorism. Is that right?
Yes. So we've actually had a number of security advisors for a number of years work for the school for well over a decade, but we've now gone to having a single on-staff full-time security advisor with experience in counter-terrorism.
And the school's submission remarks on the sorts of arrangements in place at Mount Scopus being ones that most Australians never have to contemplate. I might ask you on that topic, if you can, to go to page 30 of the school submission and perhaps read out the reflections of one of your Year 12 students at the bottom of that page.
Yes, so this is a reflection of one of our Year 12 students. As a student of Mount Scopus Memorial College, a Jewish day school in Melbourne, visible security has become so normalised. However, up until last year, I was not even aware that at other schools, the level of security we experience is not only uncommon, but something many students have never encountered at all. From the moment I recognised this, I became aware of the extreme security challenges and vulnerabilities that Jewish people in Australia continue to experience, and how what feels normal to me is in fact a reflection of something far more complex and concerning in the broader community.
The parents of Mount Scopus students currently pay security levies, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have an awareness of what that levy was in the most recent year, 2025?
Yes, so in 2025, our parents were charged $1,130 for their security levy.
And can you indicate, perhaps by way of comparison, what was that levy in 2022?
So in 2022, that was, the level was just over $500.
So that there's been an increase.
A significant change. One thing that I think is worth pointing out is, while we do have a separate security levy as part of, in addition to our school fees, the reality is the cost of providing security for students at the school is significantly greater than that one security levy. So in actual fact, we recently looked at the figures from the last for the last calendar year. We were expending over $3,000 per student solely on security for 2025.
And that's operational costs, not including capital expenditure cost items as well, is that?
So including operational costs, it was $1,811. Oh, sorry, solely operational costs.
And more with capital expenditure
Yes.
included as well. And is it right that since about 2021, the college has received some quite substantial grant funding, both from the federal government and the Victorian government? And I won't ask you about those specific figures, but just in general terms.
Yes, so the college is incredibly grateful for the support that we receive both from the federal government and from the Victorian state government to be able to provide some of the cost of security that our parents bear. To put that in context, just over 30% of the total security expenditure over the last year was covered by government grants, which then left the remaining approximately 70% borne by our parents.
And is it right that historically some of the government funding that was received was only able to be allocated in accordance with grant terms to infrastructure upgrades?
Yes, so unfortunately the way that grants were designed previously, and I understand there is discussion around changing that, but for the most part, most of those grants were not able to be used for hiring of guards, which meant that from an operational perspective, our families are supporting more than 85% of the cost of those guards, which in dollar terms is in the millions of dollars.
And when you give that figure of 85%, can I just check this with you? For the 2025 year, do you have an understanding of the proportion of the total operational security spend of the school that has come out from government grant monies as opposed from the college's funds?
Yes, so the total support from the government in terms of operational security was 14.9% of the cost of that operational security.
And the Mount Scopus submission includes this statement: a funding model that does not meaningfully subsidise personnel costs leaves a critical gap. And can I ask, how does that statement feed into any recommendations that the school might be seeking on the topic of security funding?
I believe we need to be very careful when we're talking about security, and obviously in a public forum there are only going to be so many things I'm going to say, but we do know that physical security infrastructure is incredibly important, and we've invested heavily to be able to create a safe environment for our families. But the provision of having armed guards who not only are a visual deterrent, but have the ability to respond if, God forbid, there was a serious attempt on Jewish children's lives or on people's lives who are at the school, it's an essential component of providing security. And the idea that government grants should not be used towards providing that level of much needed protection has been problematic, and it's been something the school has spoken to government about, urging government to provide present the ability to be able to have our guards funded by Commonwealth and state security grants.
And then finally, Mr. Sztrajt, the submission from Mount Scopus contains this proposition: ensuring that Jewish schools can operate safely, sustainably and without disproportionate burden is integral not only to educational outcomes but to the broader community's sense of psychological safety, belonging and confidence to participate fully in Australian life. Are you able to comment to conclude your evidence on how the ability for Jewish schools to operate safely might impact the broader Jewish community as a whole?
I think Mount Scopus plays a role, and Jewish schools play a role in the Melbourne Jewish community in a very big way. The majority of families choose to send their children to a Jewish school, including myself. And we do so not because we don't believe in the education that could be offered by other institutions, but we do so because we want our children to grow up with a proud sense of their Jewish identity and what it means to be Jewish and a Jewish Australian. Our school has a track record of so many incredible individuals that have graduated from the school and volunteered for the community and done wonderful things for Australia. And I personally, as a parent, want that for my children. I want them to see that to be an Australian Jew means to contribute and be a part of this incredible society. In order to be able to do that, we need a schooling system that allows students to be who they are, to not hide. We've had so many enrolment inquiries from families who have come to us from non-Jewish independent schools and state schools saying that their child has just experienced so much anti-Semitism that they're no longer expressing who they are. They want to hide it. They are petrified of letting people know who they are. To have a school where students can safely do that, can go on an excursion and not know that someone else is worried about their security so that they can get on with being proud of who they are, wear their uniform with pride, hold their head up, that is absolutely essential. But it's only possible because of the security that is provided. It pains me tremendously to think of the horrendous opportunity cost that security focus takes away from our school. I'd have to say that at least 10 to 15% of almost every one of my days as school principal is focused on security matters, not on education, not on student wellbeing, not on teacher professional development, but on are we able to run this excursion? Can this happen? Or we might not want to go around these parts of Melbourne because they're possibly considered too dangerous for our students at the moment. Whatever it is, these conversations are a part of every aspect of our school community. What we should be focusing on, and what I'm trying to make sure that our students actually experience at the end of the day, is a school environment where they don't need to think about security. We'll do that for them, and they can get on with being proud of who they are, as proud Australian Jews who want to contribute to society and want to integrate with the greater Australian society in a positive way. And something that unfortunately I think, despite our best efforts, is a struggle at the moment.
Thank you for coming to give your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sztrajt. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now adjourn for lunch till 2 p.m.
Commissioner, the next witness to be called will be Linda Ems, who is seated in the witness box.
Yes.
You solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Can you state your full name, please?
Linda Ems.
And you have prepared a witness statement to the Royal Commission that's dated the 14th of July 2026, is that correct?
I have.
The Doc ID Commissioner is stat.899.000.0496_R. Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement.
Yes. The statement will be received as an exhibit.
You are the principal of the Emanuel School, an independent Jewish school in Sydney, is that right?
That's correct.
You commenced your role at the school in January of 2025.
I did.
And was that after close to 30 years as an educator working across a number of different independent schools?
It is, yes.
The schools that you previously worked at, schools that were faith-based typically?
All of them were faith-based.
And did that include Anglican schools, Presbyterian schools, Uniting Church?
They did.
You yourself are not Jewish?
No, I'm not.
And when you commenced your role at the Emanuel School, did you have any understanding about the kinds of security measures that might be in place at a Jewish school?
I did have some understanding of the security measures. I've got, as part of the education community, I have worked with colleagues in Jewish schools. I've attended conferences at Jewish schools, been part of professional learning at them. So I had an understanding that there was security that you don't see at any other independent school. I didn't understand the depth of it until I took on this role, but the security changed very rapidly when I stepped into my role as well.
And at the start of your tenure as principal, at the beginning of the 2025 school year, what communication had you been expecting to send out to parents and staff?
As a new principal, I had been planning the first letter out to my community. It's the letter where, as the new principal, you get to introduce yourself. You get to set direction, you get to set vision. That was the letter that I was expecting to send in January of 2025. That's not the letter that I did send.
What communication did you instead find yourself sending out?
I've sent out several communications. It wasn't just a single communication, and it was all to do with safety and security. We had come out of a fairly horrific summer in Sydney of attacks on Jewish property, Jewish homes, targeting of people. One of the schools quite near to us had also been attacked. And so it was all about safety and security.
And you'd said in your witness statement that you couldn't have quite imagined before taking on your role that the school year might have started in the way that it did for you. Is that right?
I could never have imagined it, no.
As principal, have you learned about any incidents of anti-Semitism to which students of the school have been subjected?
Yes.
Can you give one or more examples of that?
We've had students who, during sports matches, have had anti-Semitic comments made to them on the sporting field. We have had comments that have been yelled out of car windows. Students are arriving at school. One of the more recent ones was our students attending an event that was attended by schools from all over Sydney, and one of our students was subjected to an anti-Semitic slur by someone simply passing him on an escalator. So unfortunately, they happen on a regular basis.
And can you tell us, how did the start of the 2026 school year compare for you by reference to how you started off in 2025?
2026 was an added layer of complexity. We, again, were back talking about security, about safety, about reassuring parents that it was safe for their children to be in a Jewish school, reassuring parents that they would be safe once they were through the gates, as well as talking to them about safety getting to and from school. But layered over the top of that post-Bondi was we basically cancelled a day of our professional learning because we moved entirely to a trauma-informed practice response. And we started putting resources and training in for our staff, not only to care for the students as they returned, but to care for each other. Remembering that in amongst the staff at my school, we had lots of people who were at Bondi, and I don't think there was anyone who wasn't affected by it.
And did you speak to any parents in the lead up to the start of term 1 in 2026 about the level of the security environment that would be in place at the school this year?
I spoke with a lot of parents, and it was really challenging because people were coming from different places, and some people needed more reassurance than others. It was very hard because I couldn't give a categorical assurance. I couldn't say they will 100% be safe because I can't control what other people do. I can only control what we can control at the school. And that process, I mean, to be honest, it started with us from December. As soon as we were identifying how people had been impacted by Bondi, we started working with different families in different ways to start that process of bringing them back into school in January, because we knew it was going to be a tough thing to do.
And you've described in your witness statement that shortly after the Bondi Hanukkah attack, there had been a security incident at the school where an item was discovered on campus, and you've described that it turned out that that item was benign and didn't pose a risk. Are you able to comment on any of the discussions or the feelings amongst staff who needed to deal with that particular issue on that day before the incident had been determined not to pose a broader safety risk to the school community?
Look, we were incredibly grateful that we didn't have students on campus that day. So it was just some members of staff who were there. It was 2 days after Bondi, so emotions were fairly high. And at the time it was just a case of, to be honest, we just wanted to keep it as quiet and as calm as we could because we knew the fear that it would create for our community.
And as principal, did members of the school community communicate their fears in sending their children back to school at the beginning of 2026 following the Bondi attack in December of 2025? They
did, very clearly, very clearly. Look, we had many parents, and I understood it. They were just nervous. They were scared. And I would say not just our parents, but also our staff. And I think in a lot of this, we're talking a lot about the parents and the students. We also need to talk about the staff.
And what if some of, maybe I'll take a step back, and the staff that work at your school, is it right that some might be Jewish and many might not be?
Correct.
And the staff body as a whole, what are some of the issues or concerns that they might have raised with you since you've commenced at principal about the security environment for them working at a Jewish school?
Look, the issues that they raise, some of them are dealt with as part of our risk assessments when they're out taking our students out on excursions, when they're going to off-site events, much as what we've heard this morning, things around do they wear uniform, what security do we take with them, risk assessments of where we should be, whether we should be there. They've also raised concerns around things like the fact that we have a pick-up spot for our primary school parents, which is on a public street. We have members of staff who are not comfortable being out there. This is a normal thing. It happens at primary schools all over the country. Teachers stand outside, they help little children get into cars safely.
It's the case that, like with many other Jewish schools, the Emanuel school has security guards as a constant presence?
Yes.
And is it the case that more recently there's been police presence on some days as well?
We have police presence every day.
Is the school grateful to police for providing that level of coverage?
Absolutely, absolutely. They've been incredibly responsive when we've needed them.
And are you able to comment on how students or staff members feel when they pass uniformed police coming in and out of school?
Conversations that I had with a couple of parents very early in term 1, I think highlighted the two sides of how people feel. There's one part of them that is incredibly grateful for the presence. It makes people feel safe to know they're there. The other part is it highlights the safety concerns, the very fact that we have to have them there. So it can be seen both ways. Our parents have worked incredibly hard, particularly with some of our younger students, to get their children to see the police as their friends and as being there to protect them. And I watch some of them come in and they'll fist bump the police as they come in of a morning and say hello to them. And it's lovely but it's really sad that we have parents who actually have to do this, because that's how they're actually reassuring their child that it's okay that there's actually police at the front gate every morning.
And you referred in your witness statement to the school taking on a student teacher from a local university somewhat at the last minute last year. Can you tell us about that particular circumstance?
We were contacted by the university asking us would we take a late placement for a pre-service teacher. The pre-service teacher had been placed into another school. One of their experiences in that school was they were taking a class and there was an anti-Semitic comment made by a student in the class. The supervising teacher didn't step in, and the pre-service teacher no longer felt safe being in that school environment. And so the university contacted us and asked would we take them, because they specifically requested could the university find them a place in a Jewish school.
And I'd like to ask you about the topic of security funding. Is it right that last year the school received an allocation of funding of grant monies to upgrade some of its security measures? And I won't ask you which ones.
Yes, we did receive some funding towards that.
And the school's grateful for receiving that
Absolutely.
government funding. Taking into account that funding, you were able to comment on how the school's security costs presently are largely met?
The majority of our school costs come from the levies that we charge our parents, as do all the Jewish schools. It doesn't cover all of the costs. Over the last 18 months in my time at the school, it has meant that we've had to look at diverting funds from other areas of school operations to meet what continue to be increasing security costs for us at the school.
And if I can refer you to paragraph 30 of your witness statement, you've said there that I do not believe the solution to paying for the school's substantive security costs is to rely on parents and increasing levies. I do not want the school to reach a point where families have to leave because they cannot afford the levies. Can I ask you to comment on the belief that you've outlined in that paragraph?
I don't believe that our parents should have to be 100% responsible for paying for security, which is over and above what any other school in New South Wales would need to have. And many of our families are making sacrifices financially to have their children at a Jewish day school. They're there because they believe in a Jewish education. Many of them are also there because they don't feel comfortable with their children being in other school systems at present. And so my concern is that to meet the increasing security costs, we are going to have to continue to increase those levies. That will price some of our parents out. Like all of the Jewish day schools, we provide financial assistance. Our financial assistance has almost doubled in the last 12 months to enable students to stay at our school.
Paragraph 31 of your statement, you've identified what you describe as a further practical complication of receiving grants related to the financial year in which the monies are granted. Are you able to explain how you see that complication arising?
The grants often come with conditions. So the grants that we got last year were specifically for capital and infrastructure. We couldn't use that for guarding costs. Our guarding costs have increased. There are another round of grants coming, but there is a date attached to them where we can't actually use them for costs that have been incurred for us to actually get students and staff safely back to school at the start of the year. So every time there is a constraint of some sort that is put around these grants, it actually makes it hard for us as a school. We want to do the right thing. We want to use them in the way they're intended. We will absolutely be transparent about them being spent in the way they should be spent. But they do often come with these caveats on them that make it challenging for us as a school.
At paragraph 32 of your witness statement, you've said that while there's absolutely a need for additional funding, there's also a need for a conversation about the practical realities of ensuring ongoing funding. Can you identify what you have in mind there by ongoing funding as something that is different to additional funding?
The additional funding is where we've had to make changes to infrastructure. The ongoing funding is things such as our guarding costs. I would love us to be at a point where we didn't need to have the guards. I would love us to be at the point where it wasn't something that we deemed to be necessary for the daily operation of our school. But I sadly don't see that in the near future that's going to be the case. So the ongoing costs are those ongoing operational costs of having the guarding team that we need, not only at the school but also when our students are off-site as well.
Towards the end of your witness statement, you've included a heading which says normalisation of the abnormal. What's the abnormal that you've seen as being normalised?
It's things, and online is I find is particularly bad for this, that people feel they can say things. They are saying comments that are anti-Semitic. They're saying them and directing them at children, and people aren't stepping up anymore and saying, you can't say that. And that's what I mean by normalisation of the abnormal. They are things that in Australian society we know are not okay. Yet what I see the experience of my students is that there are places where people feel they can say these things, and there is not that bystanders or upstanders saying, no, you can't say that. That's not okay.
You've indicated that the school recently hosted the heads of 45 independent schools for a large meeting. What were some of the exchanges that you had with some of those school heads who came and visited the Emanuel premises?
Gives you some context. Many of these heads were the ones that after Bondi reached out, not only to me, but to my colleagues in other Jewish schools, to check on us, to check on our communities, and they were generally really concerned about us. But it hadn't hit them the day-to-day implication of what it means. So when they arrived at the school and they had to go through what is our normal security, when they had to walk past uniformed police to actually just enter a school, the comments I got was, is this normal? And my answer was yes. For us, this is now normal. This is what my staff and students do every day. And because they don't see it, because their schools are in very different locations, in very different contexts, they hadn't realised that this is still what our students are doing every single day.
You've said this in your statement, that if non-Jewish independent schools in Australia had to have the fences, walls and guards that Jewish students do, that is you, have no doubt the Australian community would be in uproar. In making that statement, what in your professional life are you drawing on?
I've spent, as you said, nearly 30 years working in independent schools in Sydney. They're all faith-based schools. I've never seen any level of security in the way that we have to have them at the Jewish schools. And I think if there were more members of our community whose children had to face what my students face every day, I do think the community would be in uproar, because I think they would have a better understanding of what it is the Jewish community is actually living through.
Thank you for coming to give your evidence today.
Ms. Eames, can I just ask you this? Have you experienced, in the time that you've been at Emanuel, some of your non-Jewish friends and acquaintances treating you a little differently when they know that you work at a Jewish school?
My friends, no. Amongst my friends are also some Jewish people and people who are friends of the Jewish community. I have been in situations, though, where because of a broader group of people that we're with, they've not said where I work. So if there's been a friend of a friend, it will be, this is my friend who is a principal.
I see.
They haven't said she works at a Jewish school.
Yes.
And that's not because they're embarrassed about me working at a Jewish school, that's because there is concern of how people will respond.
Yes. Thank you. Nothing arising?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Eames. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I call the Honourable Stephen Rothman.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm taking an oath, please. Yes,
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Mr Rothman, your full name, please.
Stephen Craig Rothman.
Your address is known to the Commission, and you've prepared a statement in writing dated the 2nd of July 2026.
Yes, the original draft was done much earlier, and there's a mistake as to my occupation, but otherwise, yes.
Yes. We'll correct that in due course. The contents of the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement, which is STAT.899.001.0522 and the two annexures.
Yes, thank you. The statement will be admitted.
Now, between May 2005 and February 2026, you were a judge of the Supreme Court of New South Wales.
Yes.
Prior to your appointment, you had been practising as a barrister for about 23 years.
I take your word for it. I think that's right. Yes.
You have prepared the statement, and you attend today on behalf of the Australian Council of Jewish Schools.
That's right.
Of which you are a national co-chair.
That's right.
And you've held that role, or an equivalent role, in predecessor organisations since about 1989, is that right?
That's correct.
You have for many years held other leadership roles in Jewish educational organisations, including as President of Moriah College and President of the Board of Jewish Education.
Yes.
You were also an honorary life member of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies and have previously served as its President.
Yes.
You have also been President of the Great Synagogue in Sydney.
That's right.
And you held a leadership role in CSG New South Wales for about 8 years or so before your judicial appointment.
I was the sole shareholder and sole director of the licensed company, and I was chair of the advisory committee which assisted in the running of the organisation.
Thank you. Having regard to those positions, you have an immediate first-hand appreciation of how security arrangements impact the operations of Jewish institutions generally and schools in particular.
I certainly have it in relation to schools currently. My knowledge of the impact in relation to other organisations probably less recent. In the case of the Great Synagogue till 2020 and a little bit beyond. And in the case of Moriah, well, that's a school, so that's fairly easy. And otherwise, I have a general knowledge of it, yes.
Can I ask you about the main subject matter of your statement, which is the ACJS schools?
Yes.
So the ACJS is an incorporated organisation, the peak body that represents all 18 of the Jewish schools across Australia.
Yes.
Where are the schools located?
There are 5 in Sydney, 9 in Melbourne, 1 in... I've missed one, but 1 in Perth and 1 in Brisbane.
Thank you. Your statement records there are currently approximately 8,864 students attending Jewish day schools in Australia?
That's correct, as at February this year when the census was done for the federal government.
Thank you. And that's estimated to be around 50% of school-aged children in the Australian Jewish community, is that right?
51% across Australia, it's slightly higher in Victoria.
Now, is it usually the case that ACJS member schools are also members of relevant state associations of independent schools?
Yes. In the case of New South Wales, there are members of the Association of Independent Schools, New South Wales ACT, and in the case of Victoria, the AISV, Association of Independent Schools Victoria, and I was until May this year a director of AIS New South Wales.
Would you briefly describe the role of the ACJS?
Essentially, it coordinates those matters that are particular to the Jewish schools and their operation. It deals with a range of matters, most of it in the past and currently deals with funding. One of the big issues, of course, was security funding. Before the current system of general funding for schools was implemented by the federal government, it also dealt with the structure of the schools and the general funding arrangements with government, and also deals with those matters that can be coordinated as between the schools. For example, at one stage we investigated whether Emanuel, the principal of which you just heard from, could coordinate with Moriah College on classes that might not be profitable or able to be run in one school as distinct from another, and the like. We don't deal with things like sporting events, which a lot of the independent school organisations deal with. That's a matter we leave to the AISs.
Is it right that all 18 of the Jewish schools in Australia are not-for-profit entities?
Yes.
And their revenue is generated from 2 main sources, is this right? By school fees and by recurrent government funding?
That's correct. Under the Commonwealth state funding arrangements.
Yes. And when there are deficits in ACJS schools, if that occurs, how are they met or funded?
It occurs, and when it does occur, the schools seek to raise funds through donors if they can. Otherwise, they have to cut their cloth accordingly.
You've addressed in your statement the broad outline of the Australian government's funding of independent schools generally, and
yes.
I'd just take a moment to go through some of those stages. But you explain that the basis for the Australian government's recurrent funding arrangements for independent schools generally is the Schooling Resource Standard, or SRS? Yes,
the Schooling Resource Standard took the place of what used to be called the AGSRC, which I think stands for the Average Government Schools Resource Cost or something. I don't remember exactly, but that gives the effect of what it stood for. It is essentially an average cost of the running of government schools, less a number of items which they don't include. For example, it doesn't include capital costs, it doesn't include, oddly enough, superannuation It doesn't include long service leave and sick leave and things like that. But generally, that's the average.
And that SRS provides a base amount to which may be added one or more of 6 different loadings, is that right?
Yes, that's so. The SRS is set at, or the government funding is set at 80% of the average cost of government schooling. So no school can get anything like 100% of the average cost, but from that average is deducted amounts depending upon a score that each school has and which is measured by the government. In the past, that's been done on an averaging basis across collection districts of the parents that existed, and that created anomalies at both ends, because like all averages, that it has useful but not necessarily universal application. And that was resolved by having appeals at the lower end, but it never was dealt with at the higher end. The government, at our and other advocacy, then decided on a DMI, what's now called the DMI, which is the direct measure of income. There are so many acronyms I keep forgetting, but the direct measure in which they take the tax returns of each of the parents at a school and average that and come to a score which ranges from the early 90s through to the 130s. The 130s being a higher capacity to afford school fees, and the 90s being the lowest possible, indeed lower than the averages that exist for government schools.
And is it right that the SRS base amount for, in particular in relation to non-government schools that we're addressing, is reduced by an amount called a capacity to contribute, which
right.
is calculated by reference to the DMI?
Yes, sorry, I was ahead of myself. I apologise. Yes, that's right. And we have schools that sit at the lowest level, 92, 93, and we have schools that sit at 130 or 126 or something.
And is the intention, at least as you see it applied, of the capacity to contribute adjustment that reflects the capacity to pay of the relevant school cohort taken as a whole, or
the parent body, yes,
the
that's
parent
right.
body, yep.
Yes.
Now, once the base amount is adjusted by the CTC, there are then some loadings that might be added onto the funding amount that is actually received by a school?
Yes, the funding's come in 2 parts, although there was a recent amendment, I'm not sure that I'm totally up to date with it, but it comes in 2 parts. There's a general loading that is that affects the general or recurrent expenditure, which consists of a loading based upon above average enrolment of persons that are deemed to have special needs. So, for example, persons with disabilities, students of First Nations descent. There's a range of those issues which I've set out, I think, in the statement.
Yes, paragraph 21, I think.
Thank you. Yes, below average socio-economic disadvantage is different from capacity to pay, and second language issues. There is an amount that is granted to the school on the basis of above average enrolment in one or more of those categories, and they accumulate. There is also a loading per student of those that suffer from those disabilities. So that's they're 2 different amounts, and I don't think I've expressed that very well.
There are also loadings for school size and school location, for example.
Yes, that's right.
Remotely located school.
That's a whole of school loading, and that deals with the particular diseconomies of scale associated with regional schools and very small schools.
So, variations in curriculum don't of themselves call for any loading to be applied. For example, at a Jewish school, the fact that there might be Hebrew language or Jewish studies subjects are not the subject of any additional funding, just as dance classes at a performing arts school would not be. Is that right?
No, they don't get extra funding for a band program or Hebrew, just as the Catholic schools don't get extra funding if they still learn Latin. But you know, it's.
But one observation you emphasise in your statement is the funding formula does not take account of relatively higher security costs at Jewish schools.
It certainly doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask you about security costs and measures from your experience with the ACJS?
Yes.
When was it that substantial security measures were first implemented in Jewish schools throughout Australia?
If you mean by substantial more than occurs in other schools, that happened relatively early. It occurred certainly in the 1990s when I was president of Moriah. There was increased security arrangements, and it had occurred before I was president of Moriah College. It increased significantly at the time or just prior to the Sydney Olympics in Sydney, because of the perceived international threat associated with the Olympics. And indeed we had programs at the schools, at Emanuel School and at Moriah College, for the Olympics and the Paralympics, and we had SWAT teams and the like on the roofs. So security was significant, but it was also thought that, and we were told by federal law enforcement agencies and otherwise, that we were an at-risk class along with the interests of the United States, Israel and military and other infrastructure.
That was at the time of the Olympics?
That's right, at the time of the Olympics and thereafter.
And as the ACJS continued to receive advice or recommendations from law enforcement or other agencies about security risks to schools and staff and students?
Yes, both directly and indirectly.
What then has happened since 2000, to your observation, to the level of security required at Australian Jewish schools?
Well, between 2000 and 2004 was the Second Intifada. There were a series of assaults on members of the Jewish community going to and from synagogue and Friday night dinners, particularly in the eastern suburbs, which is a high proportion of Jewish population, or a higher proportion. That continued for some time with the call for the globalisation of the Intifada, and we, through the Board of Deputies, reached agreement with one of the more militant leaders of the Islamic community that there'd be no violence, and the violence stopped, but the police counter-terrorism unit and the ASIO and Australian Federal Police advised us that we were a significant risk, if not from local entities, then from overseas entities, and the security increased thereafter.
And has that position changed again in the last 2 or 3 years?
Oh yes, significantly. Since 2023, the level of vitriolic anti-Semitic abuse has been significant and, in my view, normalised to such an extent that members of the community generally feel unwelcome and unprotected.
And has that been associated with enhanced security measures at ACJS schools throughout Australia?
Yes, all schools. There have been enhanced security measures at other institutions as well, but the schools more than most, because the schools have the greatest number of Jewish population hour by hour. They obviously work, most of the schools are operating 7 days a week and over 10 or 11 hours a day. So you get 8,000. 8,000 is not the usual. It ebbs and flows depending upon the balloons in population, but we work usually on something just under 10,000 students, and you get 10,000 students on even leaving aside school vacations, there's a huge number of students, and security at that level is designed in order to make the target a hard target as distinct from a soft target, and that then, dare I say, unfortunately means whoever has ill intent may choose a different target rather than the target in question. And given the nature of the duty of care owed by schools to its student body, that was an important aspect of the security for schools and has increased exponentially since 2000. And certainly since 2023.
Is it part of the function of the ACJS to advise member schools on their duty of care, or they take that advice separately?
That's probably just my history. The schools are aware of their duty of care. They have independent legal advice. I try not to give legal advice if I can help it. Yes.
Now, of course, all these enhancements to security come at considerable expense.
Yes.
And is it the case that the member schools don't regard this as discretionary spending?
It's certainly not discretionary. If you have a duty of care which is non-delegable, then you have to take all reasonable and necessary steps to ensure the safety of the students that are attending. As a consequence, when they're advised by experts that these steps and that certain steps are necessary, those steps are taken. And that's not discretionary in any real sense of the term. I suppose it's discretionary if you're prepared to ignore the duty of care that you may have.
Now, the ACJS has sought to collect and synthesise security expenditure data across its member schools, and your statement speaks to that.
It has.
And that's based on a questionnaire information sheet that you asked the schools to complete and return?
In part, that's right. We also have access to the audited accounts of the schools and the line items that go into making those compiling those audited accounts. So the questionnaire that was circulated and to which each of the schools responded was merely confirmation of what we had anticipated would be the situation, and to make sure that all the schools were dealing with the same thing and we weren't comparing apples with oranges.
Can I just ask you about some of the total figures without getting into the detail of the various breakdowns of expenditure that you've provided in your statement? But in your annexure SR1,
yes,
you've set out a table that shows expenditure according to state, there's Victoria, New South Wales, WA and Queensland,
yes,
for the years 2022 to 2025.
Yes.
And the total nationally for those 4 years is over $58 million.
That's right.
And with Victoria spending the most, reflecting the greater number of Jewish day schools here, New South Wales and the two schools in the other states.
That's partly the reason for it, but there are other reasons.
Are you able to go into those reasons?
Yes. Some of the infrastructure costs that were expended prior to 2022 in New South Wales came into the equation in Victoria at a later period.
I see.
But generally, there are more schools in Victoria and more students in Victoria, and that's the reason for a greater expenditure.
And that quite startling for you figure, that includes both capital expenditure, like the infrastructure that you referred to, but also operating expenditure, which includes hiring of security guards.
Yes.
There are, I think your statement indicates costs that total estimate does not include. Could you address?
Well, it doesn't include, well, I was in the courtroom when Linda Rems was giving evidence. It doesn't, and the other school witnesses, who are, of course, on top of the detail to a greater extent than I am, but it doesn't include the amount of time, administrative time, that is put in by principals and business managers and the like throughout the school, and the kind of coordination that has to exist for all sorts of security arrangements, whether it be a school excursion or the like. Those administrative costs are quite significant, but nobody ever counts them because they're generally staff costs. It might mean you have a requirement to have additional staff, but it doesn't show up as a security cost.
Now, some schools charge a security levy to parents of students, or is that across the board?
I think every school charges it. My legal background suggests I should never be absolute, but I'm pretty sure every school charges it, yes.
And in the usual case, is this right? The levy is normally significantly lower than the actual average amount that the school needs to spend in relation to security per student?
Yes, yes, very much so.
Yeah.
And when I was saying before about costs that are not included, it also doesn't include any value-added or labour costs or the like associated with CSG, save and except to the extent that Victorian schools pay a levy to pay for those services.
Yes, thank you.
But again, that doesn't cover the cost of the actual service.
Yeah. Now, is it right that the schools generally do need year to year to draw on their own funds obtained from donations or from increased school fees to cover the cost of security?
To the extent that they can get money from donations, the poorer schools with a poorer parent body have less capacity to obtain funds than from donations than, say, a wealthier school. But even the wealthier schools, can I just say this? There's a general impression that the Jewish community is wealthy, and perhaps I should deal with that from this perspective. If you've got 100,000 people and they put in $1,000 each, you've got, on the back of an envelope, $100 million. If you've got 1 million people and they put in $1,000 each, you've got $1 billion. That $900 million is short if you've only got the 100,000. Now, there are some very wealthy members of the Jewish community, but if you took the community as a whole, because it's such a small community, it's not actually a, quote, wealthy community in the sense of the whole community. So it's a somewhat tongue-in-cheek line by members of the Jewish community that it's expensive to be Jewish, and it is. A lot of money is spent on donations and the like. It's part of the culture, but nevertheless, if you can get the donations, yes, that's good. If you can't get the donations, that's then you need to, and that's usually the case in all of the schools. I'll withdraw that. That is the case in all of the schools. They will use resources that other schools would use for all sorts of other facilities to fund security, including education, unfortunately.
So the ACJS does receive feedback from its member schools that it has impacted educational programs and other programs by reference to the security costs they incur.
Well, we received that feedback, but I'm also aware from what happens and what is done. Mariah College, for example, last year spent, I won't give the total figure, I don't have it off the top of my head, but millions on security. They've needed a new building since 1998 and they've put it off. They have to do it now because they have no choice. But then the building itself costs an extra 14 million or thereabouts because of the security measures that have to be taken in relation to the wall that is exposed to the public street and a whole range of other things.
You've explained your view of the position in one paragraph in your statement by referring to the proposition that equal treatment of those who are relevantly equal is a norm of natural justice and democracy. The corollary is that those that are relevantly different should be treated differently to reflect the difference.
I think it comes from the High Court.
Applying to the school?
It's not my original statement. I think it's a statement that comes from the High Court in Green and Quinn and in Waters and the Public Transport Commission. There's a passage in equality of treatment comes from Aristotle and Solon's Isonoma, and it comes from the 5 books of Moses. You don't favour the rich or treat the poor differently. But you also don't put an obstacle in the path of the blind. That is, those that have special needs have to be treated in a way that deals with those special needs. And we deal with it in sentencing, and we deal with it in discrimination law, and we deal with it in all sorts of things. It's a fundamental of democracy. It's the opposite of capriciousness. And what's happening in relation to the Jewish schools and Jewish institutions more generally, but the schools in particular, is that an extraordinary amount of money is being spent on the necessity to keep these children safe.
Is it the ACJS's view that the funding model does need to be adjusted to reflect the principle that you've referred to?
The ACJS's position, and reflecting what the schools reflect, is that at least the recurrent expenditure on guards and other operational recurrent expenditure should be funded by the federal government, and the funding model should reflect the additional costs as it does with other loadings that are otherwise almost unable to be calculated.
You've noted in your statement in paragraph 39 that there is some current funding provided from the federal government
Yes.
on a as needs or for needs arising since 2023, and you've referred in that context to a current request that's been made by ACJS for additional funds to cover security expenditure and for operating and capital costs. What's the current position of that request?
Well, my understanding is that there was an item in the last budget in which the Executive Council of Australian Jewry was granted monies for security arising since 7 October 2023. My understanding is that over a 3-year period, I think it is, an amount of $120 odd million has been promised. That is, of course, across the whole of the industry and of the whole of the community and the whole of the 3-year period.
It's not recurrent school funding?
It's not recurrent, certainly not recurrent school funding. To give you the best example, because I'm a life patron of Mariah, I'm more familiar with its books than anyone else. Last year, Mariah College received of the funding tranche that was given, which was about $57.5 million. They received, I can't remember now if it's 500,000 or 750,000, but the expenditure on guards was in the millions, and much more than 1 million, I can assure you. It's a drop in the ocean, and it's a shame, but it's a necessity.
Separate to the topic of funding for physical security costs, you've identified in your statement some of the reports received by ACJS member schools in relation to anti-Semitic conduct affecting students and staff.
Yes.
Is there any aspect of that you'd wish to highlight as particularly prevalent or concerning?
Well, we've had incidents of abuse on buses, both school buses and general buses. We've had, and you've heard, other evidence to the effect that a number of the schools have told their children not to wear paraphernalia that identifies them as Jewish because of the level of abuse. That includes jewellery, for example, but it also includes school uniforms. And in the case of skull caps or a kippot and clothing. So that certainly happened. It's happened in terms of passers-by that hurl abuse at kids crossing the road. In the case of
You've identified a number of schools reporting to ACJS transfers to member schools from other schools as something of a protective response to what's occurred.
There's been a level of that. There's been a smaller level of people leaving schools because of a safety fear. But generally, the movement has been from state schools, the schools that I'm talking about that have a high Jewish population, and some of the other independent schools. For example, there's an independent school where there was a recent incident in which one of the school children in a school with a high Asian and Jewish student population commenced a chat which called for the murder of Jews and Asians. And the school authorities gave it was a boy, gave the student an afternoon detention as the punishment. And members of the community are reacting to that sort of acceptance of abuse.
you've included in your statement some very specific recommendations and also some conclusions in 54 to 58. Can I invite you to address any part of that that you'd wish to make further comment on?
There is a book written by Samuel Kaczynski called The Eighth Day, and another book, I don't remember the name of the author now, called People Love Dead Jews, which deal with anti-Semitism over the years. Kaczynski's book deals with it from the time before Abraham, or at least before the emigration from Arcadia, that's Akkadia, Arcadia to the Levant, and the level of anti-Semitism that has been prevalent ever since. So anti-Semitism is not a new phenomenon. There's a passage in what would be called in English the Book of Numbers, the fourth book of the 5 books of Moses, which says the children of Israel are a people that will dwell alone and not be reckoned amongst the nations. Anti-Semitism was something that was understood very early in the piece and has existed. I remember opening a synagogue that was burnt down in 2002. When the arson attack occurred, luckily the material didn't catch light. When they took off the floorboards, there was found under it a pressure bomb that had been placed and would go off when someone walked on the floorboard and lifted their foot. Fortunately, the sand underneath the bomb had dropped and no one ever pushed the board down low enough for it to go off. So anti-Semitism, I remember opening that synagogue with bars on the windows and bars on the doors and thinking to myself, what have we come to? And that was exceptional in 2002. Now, you would consider a synagogue board negligent if they didn't have security measures of that kind. And certainly you would consider a school negligent if they didn't have security measures of that kind. Emanuel School and Moriah School College, with which I'm familiar, and the schools in Victoria with which I'm less familiar but still quite familiar, have extraordinary infrastructure for security measures, including ram-proof walls and a whole range of other things. The guards that are placed are well trained. The community is a resilient community, but I have never witnessed the community or myself felt from the time I was born here the sense of lack of welcome and extent of abuse that exists nowadays. And I know that there are many people contemplating the issue of whether they would continue to live in Australia. I have grandchildren, 5 of whom go to Moriah College and 3 of whom go to Emanuel, so I'm politically neutral in terms of the schools in New South Wales. But they have to go to school with guards on the doors. They now have barriers placed by the state government on the street so that someone walking along the street near the school has something to duck behind. One of the little known and interesting aspects of Bondi was that each of the children at the school knew exactly what to do when the attack occurred. They had all been through training for a lockdown, where there was a lockdown of a bar mitzvah that was occurring in the premises next door to where the massacre occurred, and they knew exactly to go to the ground and go behind barriers. That's because each of them from the time of preschool are trained in what to do in the case of an attack of that kind. That doesn't occur in any other school or any child of 3 years of age, 4 years of age and 5 years of age in any other community in Australia. I've had a relatively privileged life in terms of my success and otherwise, but I, for the first time in my life, felt unwelcome, and I know that's a feeling that most other Jewish Australians feel the same. Now, as for what's in my statement, the level of abuse on social media has become incredible. If you take the issue of my grandchildren, what do I do when it's time for them to go to university, as I'm sure some of them will, or TAFE? And it, in many respects, the fact, and I accept that it's the fact, the majority of Australians are not anti-Semitic. The fact that the majority of Australians are not anti-Semitic doesn't mean it's any safer for my grandchildren or the students of who go to university who feel intimidated and unsafe when they do. And they feel intimidated and unsafe notwithstanding what has recently fallen from some of the chancellors and vice-chancellors. And that feeling is endemic, and many parents are contemplating the notion that the children will study overseas. Rabbi Levi Wolf earlier today mentioned about New York. I mean, there are, I don't know how many, 8-9 million Jews in New York. It's hard to think of a place that would be more Jewish. The first time I ever went to New York, it felt to me like a Jewish town. Town probably an insult for New York, but nevertheless, that's what it felt like. Sydney's in a different category. We're a very small community and we're feeling extremely vulnerable.
Thanks, Mr. Rothman. I don't have any further questions unless there's anything else you'd like to address in your statement.
There's only one thing. Recently came to my attention that somebody was attended at a hospital in Sydney by a resident doctor who was supervised by one of the heads of the department, and the child was sewn up, and a very good job was done, I'm told. The father was told the child was okay and could be taken home, and the father responded, yes, it's a good job, it would be better if it wasn't done by a Jew. The resident was Israeli, had been in Australia for 20 years or something. That sort of incident is a daily, if not hourly, occurrence. I don't say that's the only reaction, but it's the reaction that tells on most of the members of the Jewish community.
Thanks for your evidence today.
Thank you, Mr. Rothman.
Thank you.
You are
Commissioner.
excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness will be Rabbi Moshe Kahn.
Yes.
Can you please state your full name?
Moshe Kahn.
You've prepared a witness statement for the Royal Commission that's dated the 16th of July 2026, is that right?
Correct.
Commissioner, that has doc ID stat.899.000.0516_Ahara. Does that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement, Commissioner.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
You're a rabbi at a shul in Melbourne, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And you've been a rabbi there for how many years?
I started the synagogue back in 2006.
And you are also the current president of the Rabbinical Council of Victoria, is that right?
Correct.
The Rabbinical Council of Victoria is a senior representative body of Orthodox Jewish leadership in the state of Victoria, is that correct?
Correct.
And the Rabbinical Council has provided a submission to the Royal Commission which you're authorised to speak to.
Correct, yes.
And separately to your role in your own shul and with the Rabbinical Council, you're also a director of Chabad Youth.
Correct.
And the co-founder of a young Jewish professionals group in Melbourne as well, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you first about some matters raised in the submission that's been provided by the council that you've spoken to in your own statement. You've indicated that for rabbis, security concerns are front and centre during everyday life. Are you able to comment on that from your own perspective and the perspective that you've gleaned through your role with the council?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. The rabbis are very visibly Jewish. When you walk down the street, many of them are wearing black hats, coats, traditional garb, wearing a kippah, what we call the tzitzit, very easily identifiable Jewish. They many times live in communities which they may be one of the only visibly Orthodox people, and therefore easily identifiable. And the incredible amount of abuse just walking to and from shul, synagogue on a Saturday morning is something that we've just normalized, something that we just say, that's normal, that's okay, that's accepted. And it's something that happens on a consistent basis, something that maybe for the rabbis they could tolerate to a degree, but when they have their children and they're walking together with their families, it's something that's incredibly confronting and challenging.
And is it the case that in April of 2026 the Rabbinical Council commissioned a survey to be undertaken of its members?
Correct. So we had lots of anecdotal evidence and we had lots of feedback, but we wanted something a bit more constructive and a bit more documented, not anecdotal. So we got a professional company to come in. We put together a questionnaire, very detailed questionnaire, both for the rabbis and rebbitzins, and went out to them. And we represent 60 rabbis and 60 rebbitzins out of roughly close to 50 communities, 50 synagogues. And the response was incredible. We had 50 of the rabbis respond. That means virtually out of 60. So you're talking about an incredibly high response. And we had about a third of the rebbitzins respond.
And just for those who might not know, a rebbitzin is typically the wife of a rabbi
Correct.
of the community.
Correct.
I might ask you to turn to page 5 of the Rabbinical Council submission, which is an annexure to your statement. This has a summary of some of the research findings that you've just been describing. Are you able to indicate what, to your understanding, the survey that you've just mentioned revealed in terms of quantitative responses amongst those rabbis surveyed?
I think being if you like, the front face of a lot of these communities and being out there and being the voice and being vocal, a lot of times become a personal affront and a personal attack onto the rabbis and rebbitzins. I know and it's later on in the submission, but one of the greatest fears is that part of our role as a rabbi and rebbitzin, we do a lot of entertaining and hosting, and our homes are secondary, if you like, a second home to the synagogue, to the shul. And all of a sudden, what was always deemed your home is your safest place, and your home is a place where you feel absolutely a sense of security. And all of a sudden, that's become a place where we've got to second guess ourselves. Is it safe? Is it home? I could talk personally. I'm here with my wife. We entertain on a weekly basis. Our home could have anywhere between 20 to 50 guests on every week, Friday night, Saturday morning. That's very common. By design, we like to leave our front door open, not by accident, and that's always the idea, the notion of having an opening, welcoming home. We get people who have come to synagogue who don't have a place to eat, and they typically just come over for lunch, and we're very happy about that. It's something that we want to do and are proud of what we do. But all of a sudden that's actually become a risk. That's become, do we want to do that? Is it safe? Do we leave the front door open? Do we not? Do we advertise our address on flyers? This morning we had a staff meeting, and one of our co-workers was saying that, we always advertise the address. We've got a policy now that you can't actually advertise your private address on any of our flyers. I'm not even talking about for the main community events. I'm talking about even just to say, come over for lunch at the Rabbi's house. It won't have my address on it.
Can I ask you, Rabbi, to turn to page 5 of the Rabbinical Council submission? There are some data points that have been included there. Of the 50-odd respondents to the survey that you mentioned before, what proportion reported that their sense of personal safety had significantly deteriorated over the past years?
95%.
95%. And what was the proportion of respondents who indicated that they had personally experienced anti-Semitic conduct directed towards them?
85% of people have had some sort of experience.
And I understand that some of the rabbis were also asked about their observations of their own congregants from their own congregations concealing or minimising outward signs of Jewish identity. What did rabbis indicate about their observations?
90%.
So 90% of rabbis indicated that they observed that kind of manifestation of behaviour amongst their own
Correct. I mean, it's been so consistent and so strongly evident.
And there's a reference to burnout there. Can you tell me about that?
Well, I feel, I've been humbled. I'm President of Rabbinical Council, but really, if you like, since before COVID. So COVID obviously changed fundamentally the dynamics of how the rabbis had to work, and in terms of their workload, and in terms of being there for the community. And finally, we got over COVID, and we all thought, okay, back quasi to normal life. And then all of a sudden, October 7, 23 happened, and our entire reality, we went literally to, it was right at the end of the high holiday season, which is an incredibly taxing month on the rabbis. It's our busiest month of the year with the high holidays. And I remember personally, just thinking, okay, finally we've come to the end, and it's like we could breathe again. I was planning on going away, and we couldn't go away. All of a sudden we had to be there. And no one's complaining about it, but it's something that all of a sudden you're talking about. It wasn't a week, it wasn't another month. This has now been multiple years where we felt we've had to literally carry the emotional and, the anxiety of the community, the stress for the community, and it takes a toll. There's no mental switch off, there's no ability to disconnect, there's no ability to just, say, okay, I'm away and I don't have to be there. If you're a rabbi of a community, it's not about a contract. Your role as a rabbi is to be there for your community, and it doesn't matter what's going on in your personal life.
And I'm going to read out one of the statements that have been included on page 9 of the Council's submission. It says, one of the most consistent findings of the Council's research program is that the rabbis and rebbitzins who sustain the communal, pastoral and religious infrastructure of Victorian Jewish life are now carrying a level of pastoral demand that did not previously exist, while also absorbing the personal cost of the climate that has produced those demands. Those pastoral demands that are referred to in that part of the Council submission, are they demands that you have experienced personally in your own role within your own shul community?
Absolutely. So, as I said, I'm not exactly sure where exactly you were reading, but I know the context of what was written over here. A rabbi's role is always be there to give relief on whether it's illness, grief, marriage counseling, divorce, bereavement. That's something that we do, and it's something that we've trained for. But all of a sudden, we're carrying a level of fear and anxiety of the community. There's a psychological strain over here, which is not something we're trained for. It's not something that we've ever lived by or experienced. And all of a sudden, that's an entire new dynamic where you're not just giving people counsel, you're not just telling them you're there for them, but all of a sudden you're trying to answer something that you actually can't answer. You actually can't tell them. People want to know, are we safe here? People want to know, you know, are we welcome? Are we part of the community or not? And that level is only increasing and is only getting more. You know, on a daily basis you feel it and you question it, and it takes a toll, 100%.
And are you aware of any programs or any current funding packages that exist for the purposes of assisting rabbis and rebbitzins in the Jewish community in Melbourne to provide that increased level of pastoral support in the current security environment that you've said is needed? There
isn't. So we have Victoria government, we have an incredible positive working relationship with the RCV, that is, with the Victorian government, and we do get nominal funding from them on a yearly basis, but there was nothing, and that's been ongoing for many years, but there's been nothing in terms of specific per October 7th specifically for this purpose.
And do you consider if there was such a program or funding package in place that might be of assistance to alleviate some of the burdens that you've described being experienced by rabbis and rebbitzins?
100%, yeah.
Can I ask you to turn to page 7 of the Council's submission? There's this observation that's made there that before looking at the substantive evidence of pressure, the community, it should be noted, it says here, has also turned inward with determination, purpose, and a renewed confidence in its Judaism. That was an important observation for the Council to make in its institutional submission, is that right?
Correct. For us, that was a very important message, because I think there's been so many, I mean, it's so challenging when you're talking about human nature to try and articulate and capture human responses to tragedy, to pain and fear. And obviously some people have gone into hiding, and you know, that's part of the submission. But there's also been a tremendous response of resilience and wanting to, people that were always proudly Jewish, but not necessarily participants, if you like, in the weekly synagogue services or coming to events. For two reasons that's happened. One reason it's happened is negative, and one is positive. The negative is, unfortunately, a lot of people have realized, one of my congregants is someone that sadly became very famous for all the wrong reasons, in terms of he lost his job, he was a music, you know, he won Victorian Musician of the Year. So you're talking about someone incredibly talented, and his band, literally, and this is famous, his band didn't have the decency to tell him, we no longer want you part of our band. The band literally put a social media post saying, you are no longer part of our band. He found out that a band that he'd been part of 10 years, all of a sudden he was no longer a part of. And he's told me this is a public story, but he made it incredible. He said, I always thought I belonged, I thought they were my community. So he was someone that was not traditionally coming to synagogue on a weekly basis. On a weekly basis, he said, I have realized this is my community. So that has definitely happened. That's one element, people understanding and re-evaluating who their friends are, who their community are. But I equally think there's been a resilience that when you push someone to a corner, they find this inner strength. And something that's happened without a doubt is people have found their Jewish identity and they've wanted to express that. And that's definitely been a response also.
Noting that strengthening in some corners anyway of Jewish community and Jewish identity as I suppose a launch pad for what follows in the Council's submission, it goes on to make some observations drawn from the survey responses, and the submission describes Jewish and religious cultural life being pushed out of the public sphere. Are you able to expand on how you've seen that manifest?
Absolutely. Every event that we do is now always a question about where is it safe to do. So for example, I'm responsible to organise some of our communal events. I organise the large what's called the Lag BaOmer parade. It's a day of Jewish pride and festivity. We gather thousands of people. Historically, that was always done on a street. We closed the street off, and it was an incredibly open, beautiful celebration of Jewish unity, Jewish pride. And now, with the advice of police, with the advice of CSG, we're told we need to do it in an enclosed. So we had to do it this year. For the last couple of years, we've had to do it in the Caulfield Racecourse, which is a physically closed in. So you're talking about something that for years had taken place on streets of Melbourne, and so beautifully and so incredibly, all of a sudden now has to be closed into great location, but it's just not what it was. And this is consistent, you know, the whole time. Things like Hanukkah parties, things that historically were always by definition there to be outdoors. You know, all of a sudden we have to challenge ourselves and say, is it secure, is it not secure? You know, we were organising an event at Caulfield Park. We were told we had to have an entire event fenced in. Actually insisted on not being fenced in, but that was the advice.
The Lag BaOmer event that you just mentioned, needing to move from the outdoors to an enclosed space, that particular Jewish festival, can you comment on the religious tradition in terms of where Jewish communities traditionally gather for that festival?
So historically, it's a beautiful time of festivity. It's a beautiful festival of joy. It's one of what we call the minor festivals, but it's a day when one of the ideas is fires are lit to represent light, to represent warmth, to represent connectivity, and it's a day where it's shared with everyone. And it's typically a day when you could, you know, it's the most beautiful things. You could Google Lag BaOmer parade, and you'll see some of the most colourful and incredible floats of every display of Jewish tradition. It's a day where Jewish pride was at its top, was at its peak. And, you know, the parades we've organised have had sometimes to the extent of 50 to 80 different floats. Each one, whether it's Jewish festivals displayed, Jewish tradition displays, Jewish values displayed, and thousands of people come to it. And as I said, sadly, that event has now had to be moved to an enclosed area, purely out of a security risk. But Lag BaOmer is just one example. This is something which is consistently events that usually would have taken concerts that would have taken on in concert halls, all of a sudden are now being moved to shuls. Dinners that usually would have been held in just regular venues, all of a sudden they're now being held in other venues. Locations of those venues never ever advertised. You know, I do probably 10, 15 events a week. That's not an exaggeration. You won't find the address of where we're doing it. It's always to be notified. And then something else we've started having to do is now to vet who's actually signing up. So you sign up to the event, then we can't even automatically notify.
I might turn to another topic if that's
Sure.
okay. You've got in the Rabbinical Council's submission a chapter or a section from page 15, which is titled "The Synagogue Under Siege." I just want to ask you about one of the data points that's included under the heading A on that page. Of the rabbis that were surveyed by the council for the research that you've been describing, what proportion reported that their synagogue has been targeted by anti-Semitic hatred, intimidation, or violence? Sorry?
3/4 of the rabbis.
3/4.
Yeah.
And in what ways has that kind of activity manifested for the rabbis within the council?
So in multiple ways, from people standing outside the synagogue screaming abusive things as congregants come and go, to graffiti on the wall, to getting phone calls, prank phone calls, to getting email. I mean, all of the above, and obviously you've got the more severe stories, which I know you had the Adass, Israel community, and you had the East Melbourne Shul, but from graffiti, from screaming, from phone calls, from harassment. Sadly, this is something which is 3/4 of the rabbis have said their synagogue has been a target.
The submission over on page 16 identifies some of the financial burden of synagogue security, and it refers to this as a structural pressure on Jewish communal life. Are you able to comment on that concept of structural pressure?
Yes, so we just heard a lot about, our previous speaker spoke a lot about Jewish day schools. Equally true is synagogues. So synagogues, just to give a context, is roughly in Melbourne, under the Rabbinical Council, there's roughly 50 synagogues. There's actually a lot more than that. There's probably another 30 synagogues that are not part of the Rabbinical Council, sort of smaller or from other parts of the community. But some of them have memberships of a few thousand, that would be your largest, and some of them would have memberships of tens. So just to give you the full gamut and understanding of when we talk about a synagogue, not all synagogues are equal in size and membership. And when all of a sudden you've got to carry that burden of responsibility, specifically for a smaller synagogue, that at many times it's greater risk because it's an easier target, it's got less physical security barrier around it, it's not as established. There is no money for that. There is no ability to carry that burden. And as we've put in the submission, all of a sudden that becomes a genuine choice. Do you do an event tonight? Do you not do an event? Do you have security? Do you not have security? It's something that is, every single day we've got to calculate, we've got to make that decision about their affordability. But, and for the larger synagogues also, I mean, it is something which is a continuous and ongoing burden.
The Council's position, as I understand it, as has been recorded in the document, is that responsibility for protecting Jewish communal life should not rest upon Jewish institutions themselves, but that the provision and coordination of security for communities facing sustained threats should be recognised and managed as a core responsibility of government. Is that right?
100%. We very strongly feel that way, that it shouldn't be a burden that we have to carry, correct.
In relation to that particular position, are you able to indicate that the benefits or the assistance that government grants that have been provided to date might have yielded to the communities that the Council represents?
So there's two things. Obviously there's the physical direct benefit of it, that it's kept people alive, it's kept people safe, so there's no question about that. It's been a deterrent for other people wanting to perpetrate an attack, but also a side benefit, it's given legitimate security. There's a lot of people who would not come to a service unless they know there's security. They will ask in advance, will there be security? Will there not be security? If the answer is no, they won't come. And it's something that's just become normalised, that on a service we now need to have security. I should also say to the Council that a lot of people view synagogues in the context of perhaps once or twice a week service, and the service may take place on a Saturday morning, on a Friday night. Synagogues are community centres, so it's not just about the religious services, which in many synagogues happen daily or 3 times a day. It's also about the programs, the events, that happen on a consistent basis.
The Council submission records its appreciation for the work of Victoria Police, the Australian Federal Police and the Community Security Group in Victoria, is that correct?
100%. Yeah.
Noting some of those supports and the assistance that has been provided, the Council's expressed concern about some of the consistency in response that it's observed from a security perspective and the effect that this might have on communal confidence. Are you able to comment further on that?
You're talking about Victoria Police?
Or each of the measures that you feel are in place to keep the community safe.
I want to begin by acknowledging the incredible work of Victoria Police and appreciate all the work that they do and all the hard, I am deviating for 1 second. As someone that runs camps, we had Victoria Police out there visiting every day and they've done incredible work. Saying that, and with all appreciation, there has seemed to be an inconsistency in terms of following things up, and there's definitely been a lot of frustration in the community that whilst many times the Victoria Police have been incredibly and present and readily available and responsive, in terms of the follow-up, in terms of what's happened next, seemingly nothing has happened. One of the organizations that I had is something called Chabad Campus, which is chaplaincy and rabbis on university, on campus. Our rabbis were threatened on campus. They will kill you, with those words. When called the police, nothing happened. And that's just one story, but that has definitely been a consistent feeling in the community, that there hasn't been that level of response to actively negate what is going on.
And a question I think was asked about this in the survey that you've mentioned. If I might ask you to turn to page 25 of the council's submission. You can see in the paragraph just above heading B, what proportion of the surveyed rabbis indicated that they were confident that police took anti-Semitic incidents seriously?
Yeah, unfortunately, only 15% of the rabbis felt that things were actually followed through, and which is incredibly low. And I will say that the rabbis as a whole would be different than the average member of the community, because we have a closer working relationship with the police, and yet, notwithstanding that, it only exacerbates the point, there's still that sentiment.
And the council's submission has identified, I think, what it sees to be 4 recurring problems in some of the responses that have been implemented to the current environment. Can I ask you to indicate what those are? I think the first one was classification.
So where are you reading?
I might ask it this way. Classification was an issue that I think the council had identified in its submission. If you have a look at page 25, under the heading B,
Yeah.
4 recurring problems.
Yeah, so the first issue that's mentioned over there is that there seems to be someone says you effing Jew, or as I said, the story that I indicated, which happened on the rabbi on campus when he was threatened, and publicly in front of witnesses, it was not taken as a threat. When the police were called, it was taken sort of more, okay, let's just keep the peace over here, rather than someone in the crowd over there was told very clearly, he's just said, he's going to kill me. And now I do understand, and I'm not being alarmist, that a lot of time people use language that they don't necessarily literally mean, but we also appreciate that this was during the encampment at Melbourne University, and which happened to one of our campus rabbis. And yet when he did call the police, literally those words were just ignored. And the idea is that many times rabbis have had abuse hailed them, and it's just been, it's just something offensive said, but rather than it being characterized as anti-Semitic.
And perhaps that leads into the second issue that's identified under that heading, which has been described as operational follow-through. Does that relate to the example that you've just been giving?
Well, the second one was from memory. I want to just read it before I give comment. And I want to just preamble by saying there has been an incredible positive working relation with the Victoria Police. I definitely don't want to come across as in any way negative or critical, but I guess there's a challenge when we do have events and we notify the Victoria Police and we ask them to send support, whether or not they're able to do that. A lot of the rabbis have felt that there hasn't been forthcoming.
And the third issue over the page that's been mentioned is referred to as coordination. What kind of coordination do you have in mind there, to your understanding?
So CSG do incredible work, and as I said, Victoria Police do incredible work. The problem we've found is that the burden of security has fallen nearly on the rabbi or the community, if you like, number one, and CSG does an incredible work supporting them, and then you've got Victoria Police. And we feel that that order, or the hierarchy, whether it's correct, is actually fundamentally flawed, and we understand that notionally police is ultimately responsible for security, and everybody acknowledges that, and everybody says that CSG would never suggest otherwise. We don't suggest otherwise, but the reality on the ground is that we feel that we do have to have that burden of responsibility. And CSG feel like should be, I use the analogy somewhere, should be the icing on the cake, not the cake. And what we found is that they're actually the ones who have to help us do this. We have to have that burden. We have to be the ones to find the funding to have security guards, implement the security, implement the risk managementation, and implement the entire security plan. And we feel it needs to come the other way around, not something that we should carry that burden.
And the fourth issue that's described just in the second paragraph of page 26 of the submission is funding, and it said there that members have reported some security funding processes that are slow, opaque and uncertain. Can I pick up on that last point, uncertain? How has that impacted some of the members of the council and your community in particular?
Every single day. So right now, I'll give you my lived experience. I just finished our winter camp. We just took over 1,200 kids on camp. That's the largest Jewish camp in Australia. And we got notification that we will have security funding the day we left on camp. So we were communicating to parents that were working on it, and we were working on it. But until you can't plan accordingly, and we were making these contingencies, and we were some of our camps we were planning on sending on camp without security because we didn't have the funding for it. So just you understand, and we're talking about literally the morning of is when we got full notification that we would actually be getting funding. So as I said, on a daily basis, we've got events. Most of them we can't afford to put a security guard in front of our centre for that event. Some events are only maybe 10 people, 20 people. Not every event is hundreds of people. So we've got to make those decisions on a daily basis, and we get notified. Sometimes we do get it, sometimes. And I have to say, it's improved, since Bondi, but it's far, far from what we need and far from where it should be.
Rabbi, in that last answer, you were speaking of the Chabad youth camps.
Correct.
And those camps have been operating for many years,
correct,
have they not? And in the last couple of years, the need for security has been very apparent, and you take steps to protect the children going on those camps by being, you don't make public where the camp is going to be, things of that nature?
Correct.
Without going into details, these camps are established events that are held annually, and your concern is the lack of a clear funding assurance over time, so you can make proper provision. Is that
correct?
Fair? I see.
And the times of our camp, we do many weekend retreats at centre, which is not known, but everybody knows we have our summer holiday program, we have a winter holiday program. For the first time, I've been running camps, since '99. So my wife, who's here, myself, we've been the directors of this camp, and it's evolved and grown. As I said, this summer we're going to plan to take well over 2,000 kids on camp. We have no idea if we'll get security funding. We have put in a submission, but we have no idea if that will come good. I will say, since I've been running camps, the first time was only post-Bondi, and I want to just remind that when Bondi happened was on a Sunday. We were starting our camps Monday morning. So I want to just understand the timeline. from Sunday evening at 6 o'clock roughly, when the Bondi massacre happened, we had to make a decision. We had buses leaving the following morning at 9 a.m. We had to make a decision, does camp go ahead, does camp not go ahead? To add, we had a bus from Sydney children coming. We understood what that would mean for the Sydney community. And we made the decision camp is going ahead. We made a decision to get security guards on our own cost. I do acknowledge, I want to say that the Victorian government did come to the party and they did approve it in a very short period of time. So in the end, they did cover those costs. But when we went and we initiated those security measures, we had no idea where the funding was going to come from.
Yes. Thank you.
The four issues that have been identified in the submission that we've been discussing, after outlining them, the submission on page 26 states that as a result of these issues, confidence falls. If I can ask you perhaps in the reverse, do you see that there's a pathway for improving or restoring confidence if particular measures are taken to address each of the issues that you've been outlining?
100%, yes.
The Rabbinical Council's submission ends with this quote from one of the surveyed Rebbitzins. It says on page 30, "We love this country and contribute to society and want to live here safely and happily." Do you understand that sentiment to reflect the position of the membership of the Rabbinical Council as a whole?
100%. I could tell you I moved to Australia in 97. My wife is Australian born, I'm not. I love Australia. When I land here, I feel this deep sense of coming home. And it is true with every rabbi in the community, and I can't say that literally, but the sentiment overwhelmingly is we love Australia. It's an incredible country. We appreciate Australia. We appreciate the lifestyle. We appreciate the values. Everything about Australia. And I raised my 4 beautiful children over here, and it's definitely a sentiment that we want to live here. We want to belong here. And we feel we are part of the fabric of the community, but it's definitely become threatened, and we hope that we can go back to the lifestyle and the beautiful Australia that we all so proudly call home.
Thank you for your evidence today.
That completes your examination? Yes. Thank you, Rabbi. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness will be Superintendent Amanda Bowden.
Yes.
Victoria Police.
Yes. Thank you.
With Ms. Pikevska. Ms. Coughlin's my name.
I'm sorry, I just didn't catch it.
Ms. Coughlin.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Coughlin. Do sit down, Superintendent.
Can you state your full name, please?
Amanda Bowden.
You've prepared a witness statement that's dated the 18th of June 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
Commissioner, that has doc ID BPL.0004.0009.005. Does that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It does.
I tender that statement, Commissioner.
Yes, the statement will be marked as an exhibit.
Is it right that you're a superintendent with management responsibility for the organisational planning and performance division within corporate strategy and governance for Victoria Police?
That's correct.
You joined Victoria Police as a recruit in 2007?
Yes.
And you've held your current role since July of 2024?
That's correct.
In your current role, you oversee a number of business units, is that right?
Yes.
And one of the business units that you oversee is called the Corporate Statistics Unit, or the CSU?
Yes.
The CSU is a unit that has responsibilities for collating, analysing and disseminating a range of statistical data sets collected by Victoria Police, is that right?
That's right.
And does that include crime data that is recorded by the Law Enforcement Assistance Program, also known as LEAP?
It does.
And is LEAP an information management system that's used by Victoria Police?
Yes.
And can you describe at a high level when it is that crime data might be entered into LEAP by an officer by reference to the stage of an investigation, an incident report, a charge and the like?
So when an offence is reported to police, a police officer will submit a crime report, either a paper-based report or an electronic report, and that will then be recorded on our LEAP database.
And where it's a paper-based report that's submitted, how does that paper entry become converted, as it will, into the electronic database within LEAP?
That comes across to our Central Data Entry Bureau, known as CDEB, and they will input that information.
A sort of scanned or a transcribed entry?
Yes.
And does that rely, in terms of reporting crime data, you said I think when a crime or an offence is reported, does that rely on the officer who is recording the information, identifying a potential criminal offence against which to record that information?
It does.
In relation to the work of the CSU itself, does CSU have a role in checking the data that is situated within the LEAP system and authorising that data for release to any other external agencies?
CSU does not have a role in checking the data. CSU has a role in authorising its release, particularly with regard to crime statistics agencies. So CSU works closely with Crime Statistics Agency for our quarterly crime statistics reporting periods.
And in your own capacity and role, do you have a function in terms of managing CSU's requests for data that come into the CSU?
I do, yes.
And from your own perspective, do you have a role in endorsing data sets that get reported out by CSU?
Yes.
For your own part, I know you've said that you're not a statistician or an expert in data extraction, but at a high level, do you have a good working understanding of the kinds of data sets that are handled within LEAP and that then can be exported out by CSU?
Yes.
Now, Victoria Police was issued a notice by the Royal Commission, which asked it to provide an assessment of the prevalence of incidents involving anti-Semitic conduct against Jewish people, places and events in Victoria and online between the 1st of January 2022 and the date in 2026 at which that request was to be responded to. You've in your witness statement addressed that particular question in that notice, is that right?
That's right.
And you, given your role with CSU, believe that you have the appropriate level of understanding of LEAP and its data management systems in order to provide information in response to that particular question?
Yes.
Now, can I take you to paragraph 6 of your witness statement? And the first sentence in that paragraph, you've said there that Victoria Police does not collect data specifically on anti-Semitic conduct, and then you go on to say, for the purpose of this response, conduct is interpreted as recorded criminal offences for which police members have selected prejudice-motivated crime code. So I'm going to ask you some questions just to unpack that a little bit. Now, in relation to the first sentence, Victoria Police does not collect data specifically on anti-Semitic conduct. Can you explain what you mean by that statement?
So by that statement, I mean we do not have a specific offence for anti-Semitic conduct.
And so if someone comes, say, into a police station and provides a report as to something that has happened to them and they express a view to the police officer, I think that was anti-Semitic, there's not a particular data capture to aggregate reports of that kind.
So what we would do is look at what the offence is that they're describing and record the offence based on the offences that we have available. But we do then have an option to record that as prejudice motivated crime, which I can go into some detail about.
We might take that in stages. On my example, let's say it was an assault where a person was physically abused on the street, walking to a synagogue in identifiably Jewish dress, and they came into a station and they reported what had happened to them, and they reported that in addition to the physical contact, there'd been some verbal words or slurs used to indicate that the perpetrator had targeted them because they were visibly Jewish. On that example, is what you're indicating that the receiving officer of that report would need to identify that the relevant criminal offence there is, say, on that example, an assault.
Yes.
And it would be then that offence that is recorded within the LEAP system as a potential offence that's been committed.
That's correct.
And then you've said that there are certain or recorded criminal offences for which police members can select prejudice motivated crime code, or PMC. Can you explain how that selection process might work, say on my example just given?
So on your example, so there are two categories of reports. We have crimes against the person, which is your assault scenario, and crimes against property. But in your scenario for crimes against the person, when the member is completing their crime reports, they would be looking at, there's a section for modus operandi, which is essentially the behaviours of the suspect and the circumstances of the offending. And within those modus operandi, or MO codes as we know them for short, there is also a selection around prejudice motivated crime. So it's in that section where the member may make a determination based on the information that they have available that, for example, anti-Semitism was a mitigating factor or a factor in the offending. They can then select a box within the report to say that Jewish, which is the selection, was a factor in the prejudice motivated crime, which is then something that my team at Corporate Statistics Unit can use in their data extraction.
Is it the case that when criminal offences are recorded, do police officers have a requirement to identify whether or not the incident or the offence that's logged into LEAP is a prejudice motivated crime?
No, they're not mandatory. So the modus operandi codes are they're optional. Members can complete them if they have the information.
And can I ask this? Does the system work in a way where first you have an offence, then you have a decision about whether you identify that offence as a prejudice motivated crime, and then if you do, there are further fields that you can log as, I guess, subcategories of that kind of crime?
There are, yes. I can't talk you through the specific layers, but yes, it does open up. So religion, for example, would be the broader descriptor, and then it would take you through into some of the options underneath that descriptor.
And I think you've outlined what some of these are at paragraph 6 of your witness statement, so I might take you to that. You've said there that PMC, that's prejudice motivated crime categories, available to police members to select as sexual orientation, disability, political beliefs, race/ethnicity and religion. So do those categories reflect perhaps a first layer of breakdown for
That's right.
Logged prejudice motivated crimes? And then you go on to say there, and are further broken down into descriptors of each category, with Jewish being one such descriptor. So I just want to get some of the nomenclature right with you. The categories in the earlier sentence, that is sexual orientation, disability, political beliefs, etc., are those categories known as MO types in the LEAP system?
I'll just refer back to our methodology document. So all of the information about how the data is extracted is within that methodology document. So those are our MO codes, and then they're broken down into those specific descriptors.
And when you say specific descriptors, is that perhaps an MO type?
The type, yes.
So the type is a subset of the code, as
Yes,
it were?
yeah.
And one of the MO types that's available is Jewish?
Yes.
And which of the MO codes does that particular MO type sit within as an option?
So it sits under religion.
And does it sit under any of the other MO codes?
No, not for this purpose.
Okay. And in the last sentence of paragraph 6 of your statement, you said PMC is a non-mandatory reporting field and is subjective based on member opinion as to whether PMC is a contributing factor to the offence. I just want to ask you first about the language there of non-mandatory. Does that mean that when an officer is putting into LEAP an incident that they've identified as comprising a criminal offence, they might tick that PMC box, but they're not mandated to?
That's correct.
And where you refer in that sentence to PMC being subjective based on member opinion, can you explain what additional work subjective is doing there to the non-mandatory and how that subjectivity might manifest?
So again, in the scenario that you just provided before about the assault, where you've got a victim who's presenting as Jewish, telling the police officer that the assault has occurred because the offender has told them that they're Jewish, and there's clearly an element there of prejudice-motivated crime, it's reasonable that the member would then tick the appropriate MO boxes for religion and Jewish as part of submitting their crime reports. It's not mandatory, but most members would reasonably do that. When I'm talking about subjective is where it's not quite so clear that there has been an element of prejudice that's occurred within that crime. And additionally, the member may not become aware of those circumstances until after the crime reports have been submitted. So in that instance, there's no, it's not an easy process to just go and update the reports.
And are you aware of any standardised procedure requiring reports to be updated with that kind of PMC and coding information, where additional information might come to light about an incident after the original offence is logged?
Not specific to prejudice-motivated crime.
Given that kind of process that you've been outlining, are you able to comment in relation to the data that sits within the LEAP system on whether the offences that are linked, if I can put it that way, to a PMC coding and then also to the MO code and type of religion and Jewish, will those offences that sit within the system necessarily be a complete catalogue of prejudice-motivated crimes against Jewish people reported in a given period?
No, I can't say they will be complete. It's a complete record of the things that members have submitted reports for, but to say that it's a complete, we know that all crime is underreported.
And I suppose in terms of the situations where you have an incident that's reported at the time by the victim as having been reported to be an alleged anti-Semitic crime and an alleged anti-Semitic incident, may there be some of those incidents that appear in the LEAP system where the PMC identity perhaps of the offence isn't recorded and the victim category of the offence as Jewish might not be recorded?
Certainly.
With that limitation that you've just been outlining, you, I think, have nevertheless sought to extract some of the data that's contained within the LEAP database for offences that have been recorded within LEAP between January 2022 and March 2026 as a prejudice-motivated crime, where the MO type is recorded as religion and the MO code, I think, is Jewish. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And does that data export, if I can describe it that way, is that the bar chart that appears under paragraph 8 of your written statement?
Yes, so that that data in that table in paragraph 8 has been drawn from table 2 in one of the Excel spreadsheets that my team at CSU provided, which is specific to the, so it's titled Prejudice Motivated MO Codes, Religion and Jewish Only.
And can I ask you about what we're looking at in terms of the data that's captured in this bar chart?
Yes.
So the x-axis, the horizontal axis, that's by year, and it's broken down by month, is that right?
You've broken down by year and month, yes.
And you'll see in small text along that axis it says offence create date. When will an offence create date within LEAP typically be by reference to the crime reporting cycle, if I can call it that?
Again, I'd refer you back to the methodology document for the details on offences created and recorded. But essentially it's the date that it was created in LEAP. So in terms of when that appears on the system, it's not my area of expertise, but there's generally not a significant lag between when it was reported by the member and when it appears on LEAP.
And when it's reported by the member of public who might be...
No, sorry, by the police member.
By the police member.
Yeah, when the police member submits their report, it's generally not, there's not a significant delay between that time and when it appears on LEAP.
And then along the y-axis, the vertical axis, it says offences recorded. Now, does that relate to all criminal offences, or is that a subset of all available offence categories?
This is only for the prejudice-motivated crime where religion and Jewish have been selected.
But when you say prejudice-motivated crime, it could be any crime ranging from assault to vilification to
yes.
Property damage. It's not limited to a particular subset
no.
of criminal offences. And so in relation to that y-axis, offences recorded, do we take that what the bar charts levels show is for all offences recorded within LEAP with the respective offence creation dates, the numbers that we see reflected by the height of the blue bars, that's the number of those offences that first of all have the PMC tagging or allocation, and then second of all with the MO type and the MO code, that's got an identification of the reporter as being Jewish.
That's correct, yes.
I think that you've indicated that this is at paragraph 8 of your witness statement, that some of the data in this table might show a trend in relation to anti-Semitic criminal offending from the 7th of October 2023. Are you able to comment on that?
Yes, as you can see from the table from October 2023, even though we've come from a low base in terms of the amount of offending, there has been a significant increase since that date.
And you've said in the next sentence at paragraph 8, it is noted that this increase is observed from a relatively low volume of recorded offences and should be considered in that context. What's the context that you're asking for consideration of there?
So we're looking at a significant increase, but we're starting from a very low base. So the context is, yes, we've had an increase, but we're still looking at relatively low numbers.
And when you say relatively low numbers, that's a function of the numbers of offences within the LEAP system that have that coding that we've been discussing.
Yes.
PMC and the Jewish subcategory.
Yes.
I think you said before that it's possible that there are other offences that get reported to Victoria Police with some of the features that might justify a PMC tagging and the Jewish subcode, but for one reason or another, because of the non-mandatory nature of the reporting, don't get allocated that coding within the system. Is
Yes,
that right?
quite possibly. Yeah.
And so are we able to draw from this data set that's reflected in the table any conclusions about the total numbers of offences that are reported as alleged anti-Semitic incidents by members of the Jewish community to Victoria Police?
We do. I have provided that in some of the other data sets. I don't have the total figure right off the top of my head, but I can provide it.
When you say the total figure, the total figure of what?
As in the total figure of prejudice motivated for religion and Jewish? That's what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
But if that data isn't captured in the LEAP system for offences, how would it be able to be compiled by Victoria Police for particular offences?
So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Perhaps if we go back to the table, as I understand, the data points that are being showed in the table are offences that are recorded with the PMC code and the Jewish MO code and subtype codes.
Yes.
The MO code and MO type through religion. If there are in fact other offences that are reported to members of Victoria Police as alleged anti-Semitic crimes by members of the Jewish community, if they've not been captured in your table, how might one be able to identify their occurrence or their prevalence from the LEAP dataset?
Thank you for clarifying that. It's challenging, and it would come down to a narrative analysis. So each of the crime reports that's submitted also has an associated narrative, and if those data points haven't been selected for MO, it would then require an analyst capability to go through those reports and have a deeper dive into the narratives to find out if the police member has reported an element of prejudice motivated crime.
And to do that sort of deep dive that you've mentioned, is that something that would require, for example, keyword searching of narratives?
Yes. Not typically something that my work unit at CSU does.
That the CSU would do. Can I ask this? We've been discussing criminal offences or crimes, that is an individual, on my example, that comes in and the officer immediately recognises that the relevant criminal offence in that particular situation may well be an assault, and that might be the criminal offence that is recorded in LEAP. Where you have a situation where a victim of an incident, if I can put it neutrally, comes in and reports that incident to a police officer, and the report suggests that there is some kind of prejudice motivated element, but at that particular point in time the police officer hasn't identified whether there's a particular criminal offence engaged. Are you aware of any mechanism within LEAP for recording that incident?
As in they've become aware of it at a later time?
Or at the stage of the initial report it's reported as something that's happened, an incident, but at that particular point in time the officer who receives the report hasn't identified yet, anyway, whether there might be an offence provision that's engaged.
Yes, so they can submit, if there's not a crime but there's something that warrants further attention, or perhaps might need to be looked into, or it might contribute to our intelligence holdings, they would then typically submit an information report.
And does that get submitted into LEAP?
No, that goes into our interposed database, and again it's more of an intelligence or analyst function and not so much an area that Corporate Statistics Unit work in.
And on that in that kind of instance where an incident goes into the interposed system, if it's the case that on further examination and analysis of that incident report as it sits in interpose, an officer identifies that in fact there may well be a criminal offence involved, is there a process that exists for inserting or entering that incident report and the underlying data and facts around it into the LEAP system as a criminal offence?
Yes, it doesn't go directly. It would then be referred back to a police officer for investigation.
And then it would only be at that stage, once a criminal offence is identified, that it might enter the LEAP system with the PMC code and the MO type and code that we've been discussing.
Yes, they would then go back and complete a crime report as per the normal process.
But to your knowledge, the LEAP system itself doesn't provide a database that would allow the police force to identify just from that database total numbers of prejudice-motivated incidents as reported, as distinct from crimes.
It's not a LEAP function. That's part of that is a LEAP function in terms of the crime, but the whole picture would be provided from the other intelligence and data that we receive through interpose.
Can I take you to a document that I think you might have available to you? That document is VPL.0002.0014.0013. Operator, it need not be displayed on the live feed as long as the witness has it available.
What's the name of the document?
It's the Victoria Police response to notice to produce issued on the 27th of March 2026. A response to question 15.
Thank you. I have that, thank you.
Is this a document that you have any familiarity with?
It's a document that Corporate Statistics Unit have produced, so from that context, yes.
And this was a notice response that was provided from Victoria Police to the Royal Commission, and it was seeking information about a list of investigations into offences or alleged offences against particular provisions. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And the Corporate Statistics Unit assisted with extracting that data, is that right?
That's correct.
The question also asks, if you'll have a look below the listing of the provisions, about the details to the extent known and relevant of the person or group targeted. Can you see that?
Yes.
And one of the offences, A, that was asked about was the serious vilification offence under Part 1 of the Crimes Act. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to turn over the page, the text is a bit small, but to the blue table, and there's a heading A, offences within Division 2D, serious vilification, Part 1 of the Crimes Act. And then it goes on to say that that provision came into effect on the 20th of September 2025. Previous to this, offences were captured under the Racial and Religious Tolerance Act. Can you see that?
I can.
And the data that appears within this table under or in relation to item little a, do we take it that that then includes investigations into offences under the previous provision, the Racial and Religious Tolerance Act provision, and also offences in relation to the Crimes Act provision that came into effect after the 20th of September 2025? You might be able to get an answer to that by looking in the column on this page and the page overleaf that says Act Name.
These offences are only those within the serious vilification So those that came into effect on the 20th of September last year.
And can you see down the bottom of the page that we're looking at, there are 2 rows that say Crimes Act 1958.
Sorry, this is very small. Oh, yeah, yes, I can see that.
Does it appear to you from that indication that this data set captures, in effect, vilification offences under the previous legislation and under the newer legislation?
Oh, yes, it does, yes.
Now, in relation to the data that appears in the table for these offences, is it the case that for some we have an identification of what you've described earlier as the MO type and the MO code, but for others there's no identification of that data?
That's
in
right.
this table?
You can see on that far right that there's, for multiple offences, there's no MO code selected.
What does that mean in terms of one's ability to identify from the LEAP database coding data the segments of the community against whom these vilification offences that were being investigated were the victims?
Again, as I was describing before, it would require narrative analysis to be able to determine what community was impacted or where that individual identified.
And by looking at the number of vilification offences that have been extracted within that table based on the LEAP database, just to confirm, is it right that one couldn't confirm from that total number of investigations within LEAP what subset that might form of a broader volume of incident reports?
If it hasn't been selected, yes.
And if it hasn't progressed from, say, an incident report that goes into Interpose into a criminal offence that goes into LEAP?
If it hasn't progressed from an information report, then no, we're not going to see that represented here.
Is it the case that for the investigations into those vilification offences that one sees in this table that we've been looking at, a number of those investigations may not have ultimately led to charges?
Yes.
And you can see in that table that there are some columns or cells that refer to summons not being authorised or the case being reflected as unsolved.
That's correct.
And can we take from that for those particular rows, there's unlikely to have been a charge that was laid in relation to the particular offence that's been recorded in LEAP?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, can I take you to paragraph 10 of your statement? You've said there that data provides a delayed snapshot of recorded activity, i.e. what has occurred. Are you referring there to the LEAP data that you are describing in your statement specifically?
In this context, yes, it's a snapshot. It's what has occurred. It's not what's current.
And are there limitations on the ability of the LEAP data to provide a snapshot of activity that's occurring in the community if the protected attributes of the individuals who might be reporting that activity aren't reflected in the data set?
Of course it's problematic, yes.
And you've also said in your statement at paragraph 10 that Victoria police members, this is the second sentence, Victoria police members, through ongoing engagement with their local communities, gather real-time information about emerging issues, i.e. what is occurring. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there a mechanism that you're aware of within the LEAP system for that real-time information gathering about emerging issues to be reported?
Again, if it's not a crime, it goes on to Interpose.
goes on to interpose. If it was the case, for example, that there were a cluster of incident reports against a particular segment of the community, and they were received by police members who are conducting local engagements, but they've not yet proceeded to an investigation stage where an offence has been identified. Could that kind of information be identified by looking at the LEAP database?
Not if it's not been recorded as a crime. The only exception would be if it's a specific individual. So if there's a person of interest who continues to present, if members are submitting a field contact report for that person, the details of that field contact would appear in LEAP.
Take you to the last two lines of the last part of your statement. You say this, that contemporary information supports the tasking of frontline resources for both reactive (brackets crime response) and proactive (brackets community reassurance) activities. When you're referring there to this contemporary information, are you talking about information that Victoria Police members might obtain through ongoing engagement with community?
Correct, yes, and information reports.
And that's the information that you're saying here might support the tasking of frontline resources?
That's correct.
I think you've indicated earlier that the information that's absorbed by officers from those engagements are unlikely in the main to be reported into the LEAP system in any systematic way.
Unless an offence has been detected.
And do you think that it might be useful when tasking frontline resources if there might be data within the LEAP database that reflects the prevalence of incidents that are reported against particular segments of the community, independently of whether they're also identified to be criminal offences?
Sorry, can you say that again?
You're speaking here about how information might support the tasking of frontline resources. Can you see that?
Yes.
And I think you've confirmed before that in the main, incident reports to police about incidents affecting particular community segments won't be digested into the LEAP system or recorded into the LEAP system. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And what I'm asking you is, do you think that a recording process of that kind of incidents affecting a particular segment of the community and having that data captured within LEAP is something that might help to support the resourcing of frontline police resources?
It's not something I could comment on without making further inquiries. There are means for us to get that information and communicate that.
And at a general level, do you think that an understanding of where incidents are occurring in the community and the segments of the community that they are affecting could be useful data for assisting decision making about frontline resourcing?
Yes, and it is something that we do with our tasking and coordination.
Thank you. No further questions, Commissioner.
Superintendent, are you able to say whether the incidents recorded in the LEAP database are uploaded to the NCIS?
I can't say directly, no. I don't believe so.
Yeah. Nothing arising out of that?
No, Commissioner.
Oh, Ms. Coghlan.
No questions.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, I do notice the time. We do have one more witness scheduled for today.
Yes.
He is the gentleman who was on call yesterday afternoon, who we couldn't get to for technical reasons.
Let's see if we have better luck today.
Thank you. I propose that this evidence be called in closed session, having regard to the contents of it. It's related to CSG in Western Australia.
Yes, indeed. Well, we will now move into closed session. So if there are any members of the public here, I'll ask you to leave. You're lucky it's 4:30 anyway. Oh.